We're going to go ahead and start the meeting. I guess I've asked myself to do the invocation for tonight, so I'll start it off. Our Heavenly Father, we are grateful for the opportunity that we have to serve the residents of Highland and ask for thy blessings to be upon this council in the new year. Bless them with wisdom, with patience, with understanding, and also bless them for their willingness to serve and put in time to serve the residents of Highland. Please bless our residents this year, that they will be patient and kind with each other and will use whatever experiences we have for their benefit and to better their families and the community. Help us this evening to make wise decisions, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Okay, Kim, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we have 4 presentations tonight. The first one is by Representative Brady Brammer. He will be late tonight, and so what we'll do, if you don't mind, Council, is when he comes, we'll just put him on the next item up whenever he lands. He has another meeting at 6 that he had to attend. Next is our Youth City Council presentation, and if you'll come up.
Mayor, did you want to do unscheduled public appearances first?
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. So we missed that. Is there anyone in the audience, either present or online, who would like to share their thoughts with the council?
There's no one online, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Youth Council, come up, introduce yourself, and let us know what is up.
Hello, I am Youth City Mayor Ryan Bartholomew, and
I am Mariel Sutton, Deputy Mayor.
So is the green light on?
yes,
Is it
it
shining?
is.
Okay, thanks.
So what's happened recently is right at the end of 2020, we did some interviews for leadership positions in the Youth City Council. If you would like to know who we selected.
Sure.
Okay. For our government chair, we selected a girl named Camilla Bradshaw. For our secretary, Hannah Bartholomew wanted to do that again this year. For our reporter, Haley Woodley and Marion Patch. For service, Carrie Ann Skidmore. Event co-chair, Brooklyn Shields, and the other co-chair, Simon Bliss, with our publicist being Norm Majid. So that's who we chose for our leadership council for Youth City Council this year.
And how many people are participating? Do you know?
We think around 30 to 40 this year.
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Great. If anybody, by the way, is outside and wants to come in, you're welcome to just come in and sit. We have seats here. Of course, you're outside, you're a little bit more comfortable on the couch. So anyway, back to you. Sorry. Anything else coming up that you want to share with us?
We are trying to schedule our induction ceremony. We're trying to figure out how to do that, whether we have all the council members here and have the parents watch on Zoom or do the entire thing over Zoom. We're still trying to work that out.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any council, any questions for our new mayor and deputy mayor? Thank you, and thank you for volunteering. You'll enjoy that very much. This is great service. Thank you. All right. Annual public open meeting training. Rob Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. It's a new year, so it's time for a new training on something that we have talked about many times. The slides in. To you, Stephanie. The Utah Open and Public Meetings Act requires all public bodies to have an annual training. Since it's new year, we're going to get it out of the way now. The sheet I just passed out is kind of an overview of all of it. Honestly, it's pretty simple. The principle that you all just need to remember is that public bodies are required to, this is a direct quote from the policy statement of the Meetings Act, take their actions openly and conduct their deliberations openly. What that means in practical effect is that you have to have public meetings with public notices, public agendas, and public records. A public meeting is when there's a quorum of everyone but the mayor, all those who can vote on an item. So if 3 of you are gathered together, council members, that means it's a meeting. That means you have to follow all the rules for that meeting. That means posting an agenda, possibly recording it. There's rules on recordation and notices. Generally, Stephanie is amazing at handling all of that. If you ever have a question about something, let Stephanie, me, Nathan know. We'll handle it. Generally, it requires a 24-hour notice and some kind of record of the meeting. A meeting does not include social gatherings, chance encounters, you run into each other at the store, all about the many parties that we have nowadays that I'm sure you all go to. It also doesn't include email communications or text communications. That said, those may be subject to grandma, a records request, maybe public records. And also, you cannot make a decision on anything, take formal action on something that would normally be an agenda item unless it's on an agenda and it's in a public meeting. The final kind of major point to hit, you can close a meeting to the public. You can hold a closed or an executive session. To do so, you must have a vote in a public meeting. The majority of you must support that. And you have to specify the reason for the closed meeting. The most common ones is character competence of an individual. These are personnel matters often, or discussing hiring someone or not, or a final decision cannot be made in the meeting. Litigation, real property or other transactions, trade secrets, or when you're deliberating on a judicial type matter, if you're the appeal authority, you can go into closed session for that. So that's open public meetings in a nutshell. Any questions? Yes.
So, what if 3 council members show up to the planning commission? What happens in that? Is that a problem?
If one shows up, not an issue at all. If 3 of you show up, what we should do is just let Stephanie know. We'll post what's called just a notice of quorum. You're not taking any action. We'll just let the public know that a majority of the public body will also be in attendance at this place. Often we use that kind of notice. Sometimes if you do like a question for a rezone, and the council wants to go out and view the site together. We'll just post a notice saying, hey, the council will be convening, we're going to this site, there'll be a quorum there, no action will be taken. It's just informing the public of what a majority of the council is doing.
But if we don't do all that, if like 3 show up, one has to leave, is that what you're saying?
I would.
And it is a public meeting already.
It is a public meeting and you're still there. It's, enforcement-wise, it's not going to be an issue because you're never going to take an action. But it does become an issue. I mean, the strict letter of the law says if you're going to have 3 of you there, you should do it. Now, that says there's also a meeting that's supposed to be convened for the handling of public business. If you just show up as, you're just watching it, not really an issue. No one's going to care about that. If you're there to maybe discuss, I've seen in other cities, sometimes council members show up to planning commission meetings and unofficially discuss issues with the planning commission as part of the planning commission's discussion. That's the kind of thing where it gets a little questionable. If you're just there to watch, just so you're informed about what the planning commission is doing, not going to be a problem.
So it would be best if the three showed up, that we didn't really talk to one another.
Yes. I mean, because you're just for an optics reason, it's going to be a question of, oh, you have a majority of the council sitting there watching what's going on, possibly making up their minds on what the planning commission is doing that's going to go to the council in the future, but we don't have any record of it. So advice to just watch. That could potentially be a social gathering, but because you're there kind of on the public's business in some sense, because you are a council member, advice is to not really engage in discussions about it.
Now, I just want to make sure I understand. Are you saying if there was three there at the planning commission, you're saying one city council person shows up to the planning commission, can they go up and discuss with the planning commission their thought on that? Or are you saying there should be no discussion from city council to planning commission?
If you're going to publicly discuss something, like three of you show up at a council meeting, each of you wants to give your thoughts, I don't like it. I would recommend that you hold those discussions for a council meeting.
Can one council member show up to planning commission and share their thoughts?
Certainly.
Okay, that's why I was just trying to make sure I understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem just comes, if you have a majority of you there, you can theoretically take a form of council action. You have a majority of you could vote on something, or if not vote, the commission could say, hey, we like this zoning, we're going to recommend to the council they approve it, and then each of you stand up and say, well, I don't like that. It's a question of, are you actually taking a vote? Are you not? Did you give the public time to appear before you? That's the kind of thing we're worried about.
Here's the other side of the issue, is that when city council members participate in planning commission discussions, the planning commission defaults to what that council member says. And that council member may not reflect what the entire council believes, right? So they may say, let's say it's a rezoning, and that council member supports, 2,000 square foot lots, and nobody else does. Well, the council member gets up and says, hey, I'm supportive of 2,000 square foot lots, and then the planning commission goes, oh, okay, well, obviously he represents everybody, and they vote for it. That just creates issues for the entire council, and I've just seen that dynamic just adjust what the planning commission's role does, and they just default, and they feel like, and they take that direction from that council member that's there. And to me, that's the biggest issue. So if you do attend, because you want to hear the discussion, it's a controversial item or whatever big important item, if you do attend, sit, listen, but I would suggest not participating, just because you want that discussion to be as unbiased as you possibly can.
So here's a situation that has arisen. It was when the Longhorn property, or Patterson down here, 6,000 West,
Right.
SR92, we had a big open house. I think we had 250 people show up. Several council people came because we wanted to also hear. It was a,
Right.
I don't know if did we know this is a public meeting where council members weren't
Yes.
yet?
Yes.
Okay, because I mean, we were there, we didn't sit by each other, we separated
Right.
throughout the meeting, but there were questions that came up, and sometimes maybe the council member understood the answer that someone was looking for, so they'd give an input on it. But that was, as long as it's noticed, we're okay to be in a
Yes.
setting like that.
Yes.
Yeah, open houses are exactly, that's the notice of quorum. We'll just say, there's going to be a number of you there. And as to speaking of planning commission, that's a very practical consideration, and I think that's good advice. That's not a necessarily legal requirement. Obviously, you can speak, but it does introduce, when you have one body and you have a superior body, and someone from that superior body starts commenting, it can just influence how they view things. Maybe that's desired or not. It's not a legal requirement, but especially if there's a majority of the council there, advise against adding input until it comes before the council.
So, Rob, here's another thing, and this is, and I see this is common, and so I want some advice here. We're done with city council. We want to ask about each other's children, maybe about an event that's going on in someone's lives, and someone else hears it, and they go, hey, I've heard also about your son or about something going on, and so maybe three get together, but it's not really city business, it's more of a socialization, but we're out here in the council chambers, the meeting's concluded, what would be your advice? Are we okay to ask how someone's child's doing in Russia or things in that nature, or how, different things that way? Just picking on someone.
No, that's absolutely fine. No, you can't ask about people's children. That's just strictly in the Public Meeting Act. But no, you can. That would be part of a meeting is supposed to transact public business. You're not transacting public business. That's more of a social encounter. I mean, obviously, no one expects the council to never talk to each other at any point outside of a public meeting that's been opened by the mayor. That's not what's required. What's required is, if you're talking about the public business, let the public know about it, and use your judgment about that is really what it comes down to. If you're talking about someone's kids, great, do that. Hopefully you're all friends. But the point is, just when it's a public business, let the public know.
But that's if you have three, because two councilmen can talk.
About anything, really.
About anything, and public business.
I mean, and often that does happen. Often there's, you'll get your meeting packet the week before your meeting. So one of you will reach out to the other and say, hey, how do you view this item? And just talk to each other. I mean, that's expected. Or you'll reach out to the mayor or to staff, or, staff, and two of you will sit down and have a discussion about it. That's fine. That's expected. When it comes to the final deliberation about how the council as a whole feels, it really should be a public meeting, unless we have a specific reason to close it. Any other questions? Great. Looking forward to a great new year with you all.
Thank you, Rob. So now it's my turn. First, I have a mayor's award that I want to do tonight, but before that, I put on each of your desks a copy of this. The three ward leaders that did the vocal welcoming to their congregation when they reopened for business, which was really funny and inspiring at the same time. The last I checked, it had 475,000 views on YouTube, which is a lot. And so at the end of the year, I sent each of them a certificate and pin, and I'm reading this for the public's sake because I think it needs to be acknowledged. To Trevor, Lucas, Sean McClellan, and Ryan Riggs, Best Music Video of 2020, a very creative version of For the Longest Time. Your video was funny, inspiring, and just what the doctor ordered during a year filled with challenges. While intended for your award, it had a positive impact not only in Highland but throughout the world. Thank you for becoming part of Highland's 2020 story. And then they each got one of these from our fling theme, Our Story Unfolds. It's a little book pin, a lapel pin. So tonight, I would invite Scott Hart to come to the front. He's not going to like this. He's going to be grumpy. But that's okay. No, you did good. You did good. Yeah. So, as I was putting the award together, I did one for Scott because he gets the award for the most inspiring videos of 2020. And any of you that have watched his 2-Minute Tuesday videos, or the last one he did for us, which was the pandemic COVID video, will recognize that it was inspiring. So most inspiring videos of 2020 and Highland 2020 Hero. This goes to Scott Hart, Utah's Highlander, a.k.a. Scott Hart. Your 2-Minute Tuesday videos helped raise public awareness of community issues and coupled humor with information. The physical distancing, social togetherness video highlighted the importance of staying connected. Your generosity and creativity made Utah's Highlander a significant part of Highland's 2020 story. In recognition of your many contributions to Highland in 2020, we present you with this award and pin, as well as our sincere thanks for all you've done for Highland City.
That is very kind of you.
Thank you, Scott.
There we go. There we go.
And I'd just like to comment that it was your idea for the videos and Susan, your wife's idea for the physical distancing, social closeness. And so you guys were the inspiration for it. And so, and everybody participated, fellow council people. And so without your forthcoming, open, honest connection, that video would have just been more silliness, which I'm known for. And also, we're not streaming currently, and I'm messing things up, so I better get back to it. But thank you very much.
That was intentional.
And for any of those of you who have not watched the 2 Minute Tuesday videos, they are worth watching. If you just go to YouTube and look up Utah's Highlander, you'll see that collection, and it's really, you want to laugh, take a few minutes and watch one of those. Okay, our next agenda item is consent items. We have 4 items on consent: approval of minute meetings for November 10th and December 1st, a construction contract for the replacement of a well for pump number 6, construction contract adding an additional pump to the lower pressurized irrigation pond, otherwise known as a kidney pond, and the ground lease agreement extension with American Towers. Is there anyone that wants to pull any of those items?
Mayor, can we pull item number 3D?
Yes.
I move that we approve consent items number 3A, B, and C.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Do we need to take electronic voting?
Oh, yes. We're ready for electronic voting, Aaron? Okay. We kind of know how the vote's going to come out.
For 2021, I finally got all your names on the screen.
Oh, darn it. No mocking names for the mayor. Do I need to up what I'm paying you?
I'm always open to that.
Okay, everybody's voted? And that passes unanimously. Okay, item D, Kurt.
The only reason I pulled that is I'll probably be a no on that. Doesn't mean I'm trying to influence council. I know that there were 3 council members that already looked at the contract and felt it was appropriate. I was one that was kind of pretty vocal through the whole time. I felt like we should get more money, but I'm not here to try to contest that right now. I just wanted to pull it because I'll be a no vote.
Okay.
That was the only reason for pulling it.
All right.
So, can I ask why you're voting no?
I personally think we should have gotten more on the lease. I know that we went back and negotiated, but just because of some experience, and I understand in the city situation it's hard to negotiate, and an entrepreneur can negotiate a little harder. I just wish we had a higher ground lease, and so that's a little bit what I know. I can appreciate the other 3 council people are for, that will be probably voting for it, but I understand that there's negotiations happened. We've went already back to American Towers to say yes, and so I recognize that also.
Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
I would make a motion to approve consent item 3D.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it looks like we're ready to vote. Okay. And that passes 3-2. All right. Public hearing / ordinance 2020-101, Kevin U. rezone. We'll start off with a presentation during which council can ask questions, and then we'll open a public hearing. Kelly?
Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Kevin Yu is requesting a rezone of his 4.13 acres from R140 to R130. This is a vicinity map. He also purchased that little chunk on the northwest side of his piece. Oh, it's a little cut off. But current zoning is R140. As you can see, there's the non-conforming R120 along Manor Drive, and then surrounding you have more R140. In the general plan, land use map for our future land use designations, it is under low-density residential, and R140, R130, and R120 are all included in this low density, so it does comply with our general plan goals that we have set. Like I said, it is 4.13 acres. The proposed rezone provides for 5 lots. His concept plan includes, I apologize, it's a little difficult to see on the PowerPoint, but there is an access that goes west to east, and that connects to Snowflake Drive on the west, and then it is intended to eventually connect to Spruce Drive. That is, I'll show you real quick here. Spruce is on the very east, right there, right where Aaron's pointing. And then there is that connection that goes to the north, attached to 11200 North. We also had a traffic study that was done in 2014 involving the road going east to west. We did have some residents that were in opposition of that east to west road going through, but that traffic study concluded that it would not have a substantial impact or traffic impact on that area.
So they were concerned about the road going east-west, not north?
Yes, and that was back when Pace Manor was being approved, and that was also something that was brought up in the neighborhood meeting that the developer held himself. This is just a basic chart. It was also in the staff report. R140 allows for 4 lots, R130, 5 lots, R120, 8 lots, and this is calculated using that 4.13 acres of his property.
Well, that's proposed as 5 lots. Is it 4 lots or 5?
It is 5 lots.
Because it says here proposed 4 lots.
No, it says for R140, it's 4 lots.
Oh,
For
I
R150.
apologize. Wait.
The proposed there is 5 lots.
Yep, it should be 5.
Okay.
I
sorry.
apologize. Because when we presented it to Planning Commission, majority of the conversation involved a connection to Manor Drive, which is south of this property. So we as staff decided to look at the possibilities of having that connection with either keeping it as R140 or doing R130 with that possible connection. This is what our city engineer and his assistant came up with for if we had R140 based on his concept plan with the accesses going east to west and then north to the 11200. And that came out as not being possible, as for R140 you can only have 25% of the lots being under 30,000 square feet, and having that connection going north, lots 1 and 2 are under that 30,000, which is going over that 25% limit. And then we tried R140 with the Manor Drive access, not including the access to 11200, and it is a possibility. It is compliant with zoning standards, but we have not done the research to know if it's possible with culinary and PI connections. So that is a possibility, but we would have to do more research to know if that would actually be possible. And then keeping the R130 rezone with the connection to Manor Drive as well as the 11200 connection also is not possible because that goes over the 25% limit for, so R130 instead of the 30,000 square feet limit, it drops down to 25,000. So you can have 25% of the lots under 25,000 with a minimum of 20,000. But this concept plan does not follow R130. Citizen participation, the developer did hold his neighborhood meeting. He held it over Zoom. He had 27 residents attend. Most of the concerns, like I said, were about that connection going east-west, connecting to Snowflake Drive, and then as I'm sure you saw in the staff report, there's that discussion of the trail going in between lots 3 and 4. The appropriate notifications were done for the Planning Commission, for the public hearing being held at Planning Commission, and Planning Commission did hold that on December 8th. There were a couple residents that showed that were not in favor of the zone change. One of them actually wanted to purchase the land next to their lot, the one that goes north to 11200. And then one resident was wanting that trail to go in between lots 3 and 4. And then one resident showed up and was in opposition of the trail. And the commission, after discussion, decided to recommend denial because they did not find a compelling reason to rezone to R130. We as staff recommend that council decides whether they believe that R130 is appropriate for this property. And once you do decide, if you decide to approve, we recommend that you approve it with these stipulations, which is just ensuring that you have that connection going east to west and having a stub on the east to get that eventual connection to Spruce Drive. And then just that the preliminary plat matches the concept plan that is given to us in July.
So if there are no questions for staff,
You said the staff is recommending we do connect Manor Drive?
We recommend that it goes north to the 11200.
Okay. So now, is Pace Manor
So
subdivision?
Pace Manor is what is west of the subdivision. That's the Snowflake Drive.
Okay, so it's Highland Manor that's to the south.
South, yes.
Okay, I'm getting confused with this Manor name.
That's
so-
okay, we do too.
So I've got a quick question too. When you showed the plat map with 4 lots in R140, you seemed to indicate it didn't really meet the standards for R140, is that correct?
That is correct. Let me see if I can. Is that me doing it or you? Oh. Clicked it way too many times while it was loading. Okay, this is the one you were referring to, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so the 2 lots on the north end, lots 1 and 2, those both, because of the 56-foot wide easement that we need to have for the road or our right-of-way, and with the depth or the width of the property, if you can see that, it's kind of hard. There's that 24,000 square feet for lot 1 and about 27,000 for lot 2. And that's what makes it higher than the 25% minimum, like under 30,000 square feet for R140.
So it seems to me that we don't really have an option.
Unless you recommend going further into, why isn't this working? Can you go to the next slide? If you didn't want to do the rezone and wanted to make this connection, we would have to do more reviews. Engineering would obviously have to go out and make sure that that's a possibility.
So this is connecting the road to
Manor Drive.
Highland Manors?
Yes,
Okay, which was an old county subdivision done in like 1975. I'm just, that,
with the county, yes.
that's been a dead end since 1975 in that subdivision.
Dead end, like, yes.
Todd, do you want to get up and explain the utility issues that are going on out here? I think that might help. And why we originally went with the road to the north.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, we've been talking with developers about this parcel for several years now. The reason we need the road to the north is culinary and pressurized irrigation connections for pressures and volumes in the pipes. We have not analyzed yet if just a connection to the south into Manor Drive would be efficient. So we would need to look at that. When I first came on as the engineer, I was told that this road would never connect. For what reason, I don't know. That is kind of what discussion we were making, but if you look at the county parcel map of Manor Drive to the south, we actually own a cul-de-sac shaped property, but it is not a cul-de-sac. It was stubbed originally to go north. So if we decide to approve it without the connection to Manor Drive, I would like to get that cleaned up and fixed for safety reasons, whatever that means. So, Nathan, what else did you want me to? That's it? Yeah. So
if we put a cul-de-sac at the end of Manor Drive, what type of cost? I understand we own the ground already, but we would have to go in and put in curb gutter, maybe move some sidewalks, put asphalt.
Yeah.
I mean, there's two things to look at. One is the cost of the city to do that, and I'm not necessarily saying I'm in favor of this road coming in through Manor Drive, but the road from Manor Drive is going to be at a cost for the developer, so there's no cost for a cul-de-sac to the city, correct?
Correct.
But we might not have water pressure coming from Manor Drive. Can you not come from the north?
We still could. The problem is then you're coming down easements. I mean, I think it's, in my opinion, a little bit too much burden to put on a developer to do both connections, to the north and to the south. I mean, I think we're asking at that point a little bit too much of a developer, and we're carving up the property to the point where he basically is building more road than he's getting frontage. And so I still think for me, the best road layout for the engineering side of it is to connect to the north to 11200 and stub the road to the east so that we go into Snowflake in the spruces. That would be the best situation. Now we just need to decide what to do with Manor Drive.
Which is a separate discussion for another day.
Yeah, right. But we did approve a subdivision recently where something very similar to this in Sienna Estates, where we had a cul-de-sac and we had the developer just finish off the cul-de-sac. Now this is a different situation because we would completely have to redo the whole thing because it's just a stub road. So.
And Manor Drive was brought up by the Planning Commission. It wasn't originally part of this. It was just something that they noticed, and then. But this is not something public safety would have wanted addressed aside from that? Like about how to
Yeah,
come up?
so this is going to come up one way or another during a preliminary plat review with staff and engineering and fire safety for that matter. We're going to have to address that cul-de-sac now that this is developing.
So let me just ask a quick question. I've talked to some of the people down in Manor Drive area. They're really pretty opposed to the road going through. Their big reason is they think the high school traffic will kind of detour down Snowflake and come down there to bypass the light at SR92, and it's probably a valid concern.
Definitely. I believe they'll see traffic in the mornings trying to do that.
But our action tonight, we're just voting to either rezone it or not rezone it. We don't have to decide these things now, right?
Correct, but to my knowledge, Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we do rezone, we usually tie some sort of a concept plan to that rezone saying that this is kind of what we're anticipating.
We tie concept plans if we are restricting number of lots. For example, if R130 allows 20 lots and they're proposing 15, we'll tie a concept plan to that. Or if there are certain things that they are willing to provide or extra for consideration. For example, sometimes they'll say, hey, we'll provide, this is a bad example, only one I can think of top of my head, additional open space or, yeah, don't shoot me, Scott, or additional this or additional that, then we'll tie those to a specific zoning, because that's the only time you can negotiate for extra density and things like that, then we'll do that. If you're doing just straight R140 to R130 or R130 to 20 or something like that, you don't necessarily need a concept plan. But you can have one, and if that gives the council additional comfort to know what's going in, then that's more than appropriate.
I guess where I'm having trouble with this is if we say we want to leave it R140, and you're saying the best connection is north, but we were just told that it won't fit R140 then. I'm just I don't know how we can get out of that dilemma? Is there a way we can stipulation on it or make an exception?
Well,
R140 and do 4 lots.
yeah, what Kelly is saying is that with the current layout, with all the road connections, they cannot meet the standards for an R140 zone, meaning you're going to have to, if you ultimately want that layout, only want 4 lots, you want an R140, you're going to somehow need to work with the developer to allow him to have 2 lots under 30,000.
Okay.
Through some sort of a variance.
Or can't he create fewer lots?
He
You're not going to want
can,
to,
but then you have what you're doing is you're carving off a piece of property that's just going to sit there. There's no use for it because we're requiring the road connections, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Nathan, tell me, what does public safety prefer to have happen with Manor?
So in talking to Chief Thompson at the time of planning, is he on?
He is, and actually he's unmuted and wanted to make a comment.
I'll let him talk so I don't misquote him.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes?
So the district board's perfect. When we have some limited access, being able to get from the SR 92 block to the 11200 north block, connection would provide a means for that to occur. The other challenge, which is our discussion, have to drive into and that's really 50 feet by the fire for special approval meeting that entrance, whether that's a cul-de-sac or a hammerhead or some other turnaround. So we would prefer to see this act from manager, need to have some sort of meeting what is now for verification.
Did that make sense, council?
No. I
he-
couldn't understand most of it.
Yeah, so he basically was saying that for fire safety, we currently have an existing situation where it doesn't meet code. We have a dead-end road there at Manor Drive that it does not have a proper either turnaround or a hammerhead turn, anything like that. And so he is saying that the road needs to go through as far as public safety. But Chief, would you be willing to accept if they were to finish off that cul-de-sac, that would be the same thing? Or are you saying that you need the connection all the way to 11200?
I think there's 2 separate issues. The first is cul-de-sac would be different than we have now. The second issue is being able to interconnect lots. Excuse me, 2 lots. Don't have any connection between 1100 and SR 92 of 4800 west. That presents challenges we have to prove on track. One of the reasons North County Boulevard west go back to traffic, that would provide us with that.
Well, Chief, you're correct. Eventually, when this is master planned and finished, you would have the connection all the way through the spruces in the future when the Peterson property develops. But you're correct. For now, you wouldn't have that connection.
So in my mind, when I look at this, it seems like the 2 issues might not have, aren't necessarily linked as far as us voting on them. But to me, I feel like we need to figure out what we would want to do with that cul-de-sac on Manor Drive and see what those residents want before we would vote on this other parcel. To me, they're kind of tied together. So it seems to me like I don't feel like I would be ready to make a decision because I feel like you can't separate them.
I agree with Brittany. I can't make a decision on this either.
The other thing, can I ask a little bit about the involvement by the owner? It appears that a lot of these concept plans were generated by staff. Has the owner been involved in giving any input, what he'd like to have happen on his own property? I mean, like I said, it appears these are all drawings. The staff is trying to resolve this problem. Where's the owner at?
Well, Kelly, go back to you can go back to, their concept plan is in your packet. So their concept plan is very similar to most of ours. The only thing we did is just show the connection to Manor Drive.
And he wants R-130. With
Yes.
his concept
Yep.
plan, it's R-130.
That's
We-
his-
Go ahead.
That is his plan right there.
Yes, so.
And does that meet all codes?
That does not currently, well, it does if it's zoned
It meets zoning
R130,
codes,
yes.
yes.
It does not meet R140 zone, it meets R130 as shown, yes.
But what Brittany and Scott, you're bringing up, you're concerned that the recommendation by the fire departments to come from Highland Manor, put the road through. We really haven't heard from those residents from the Highland Manor area. You feel it'd be fair to take some time to be able to find that information if they desire to have that road go through, and you'd like to continue this item.
That's the way I feel.
I can support that.
I'm in agreement with that. I think there's just a lot of different issues here, and I want to make sure we get it right with the public feedback of those residents who really know how this neighborhood works. Was this already open, was this for a public hearing, or no, so there are residents who have an opinion on that here?
So the public feedback will be from Manor Drive, 1,000% no connection, except for maybe one person who wouldn't want a cul-de-sac. That's my view on that. So,
But the deal is how can you leave it R140 with the plan you've got here?
that's true. Now, Nathan, is it possible to make an exception in and on R140 to accommodate a lot, an additional lot under 30, or would that have to be a rezone with a cap?
It wouldn't qualify for a variance if that's what you're asking.
Yes. So is there something the council can
We could do an R-130 with the stipulation of only 4 lots.
Correct.
Okay, so rather than deny the R-130 today, the council would like to defer.
Right, so one of the purposes was show the options and why the request is coming. When we were dealing with Pace Manor, and in dealing with their request to do a cul-de-sac rather than a through street on Snowflake,
Yes.
one of the issues was this exact situation. We're trying to get development and trying to allow these big parcels in the back.
Yep.
And remembering that we've had done layouts through here and how the constraints that were there. So that's why we're showing, I think we even may have dealt with an R120 at one point or something, I don't remember. But that's why we wanted to show is if the council wanted Manor to go north, that would be a justification perhaps for
R-130.
30 or something like that.
Okay. All right, well, let's put discussion on hold and open up a public hearing for anyone that would like to address the issue of whether this is R-130 or not. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to that? Or online?
Doesn't look like anybody online is requesting to, Mayor.
And I think the council, I think I went to the council, a letter from a resident of Manor Drive who was very much opposed to connecting the roads. Okay, seeing that there is no public input, we'll close the public hearing. Back to council.
So Nathan, one of the concerns I have with if you did an R-130 up in this area is we still have a lot of open ground, and the property right next to it's R-140, property north to it's R-140, property east is R-120, or R-140, and I believe to the south is non-conforming county property that was before the city was formed. If we do an R-130, what does that now tell as a painting picture in this whole area of Highland that we've done an R-130? Does it? I mean, my concern is, I understand we're saying only 4 lots here, but it starts to, the person next to it saying, hey, you have an R-130, the property to the north, which is still quite open, this is one of our other open areas, and it can start populating throughout that area. That's a concern for me.
While it doesn't create a legal precedent, it does create an expectation.
But then you have the explanation as to why you made R-130, because you needed the specific road to go through. and this was what you felt was fair for that developer.
Right.
So you do have an explanation, but it does create an expectation.
The infill property, as Todd was talking, is always a challenge because you're dealing with limited frontage on main roads already, and you're trying to get it back, and you're trying to get utilities back and get the looping, which is important. And so, ideally, you would like, somebody to come in and, buy parcels up and master plan it and all that kind of stuff, and that's the ideal, but that it doesn't always work that way. So you're kind of piecemealing stuff together and doing the best you can by stubbing roads and stubbing utilities and trying to do some master planning as you do it. But it's hard trying to go back and, deal with old farms and stuff like that.
Can I ask another question here? I mean, the neighbors to the south put this petition together to put a trail through this property.
Correct.
And my understanding is from our previous discussions that the owner never agreed to that.
Correct.
And since this isn't a PD zone or an open space neighborhood, as a city, we couldn't really mandate or encourage them to build that trail, could we? Can you do that in an R140 and say, hey, you need to put a trail here?
No, but that would be one of the things that you could say, hey, for R130, if you build a trail, we will provide R130.
Another option. Okay.
But it's straight, if they came in with R140 and you couldn't require it, you could ask, but you couldn't require it.
You can't require it.
Now, the applicant did show, he's shown R130.
R130 with 5 lots. Yes.
5. When we put 4 lots on here, you're saying it doesn't meet R140.
Correct.
But that's what the staff did, correct? We have not seen a concept from, if we say don't rezone, that would put it back to the owner to have to come try to do something.
It doesn't look like it's physically possible because it's the 2 lots on the north that cause the problem. Neither one of them can be more than 30,000 square feet, and one of them would need to be.
And you're saying we can't do a variance on it? Why would it not meet the variance?
Because one of the requirements of a variance is that it's not self-imposed. And creating a subdivision and creating lots is clearly a self-imposed restriction.
But the reason why they can't join those lots is because we have utility lines that need to come down, that we're imposing that for the utility lines?
We're saying that the northbound connection is needed, yes.
So if we're the ones saying that northbound connection is needed, is that not amenable for variance?
We can try, but usually not. Rob, you can jump in also if you want.
Part of the consideration is that they can use their property as is. They could build a house on there under the current zoning. So there's nothing preventing them from doing that. They're trying to change the use of the property and then subdivide it into smaller lots. So it's not really a variance where someone says, I can't use my property because of some external factor. It's, I'd like to do something else with my property that I just can't do under zoning right now.
So one thing they could do, let me ask if they did 3 lots. They put 2 on the bottom, and they only did 1 big lot across. Do we have to have the road connection going to the north? Is that required to have that road connection going to the north unless we come from Highland Manors, right?
Unless we can figure out the utilities, which we're not sure yet.
Yeah,
we need one of the connections, either from the north or the south. And they still have to verify whether it's even really possible to do it from the south.
Nathan, does it not seem to you like these aren't connected? These 2 issues? Like you can approve one really without knowing what you want to do with the other one? Like, does it make sense to do that?
And they're certainly related. We have to provide a connection either north or south. But they're certainly related. It would be good to have what the council would like to do if anything, to Manor Drive to address the concerns there.
And to add to that, if they're coming in for a subdivision, there's only so much we can exact from a developer in terms of public infrastructure before it's just, we're taking their property. So there's kind of has to be some kind of give and take of how many lots are they putting in, how much road are they being required to put in. You know, if you do a full four-way intersection in the middle of that, that's a lot of road for a rather small parcel, so.
How much of the property to the north, like there's a little divot down here, if it was for sale, would he have to buy to meet the requirements for R140 with 4 lots? Do you know?
I don't. You see the, can you
Yes,
show
that piece
little
right in
section?
there. Uh-huh.
He's already purchased that.
Oh, he has? Okay.
Oh, is it?
3,000 square feet.
So the top right is 27,000 something. And that owner to the north is the one that wanted to buy the land where the road is because he didn't want a road going through, right?
Exactly, yes.
So I would guess if if selling his land helped create the possibility of that road, he wouldn't be, I'm speaking for the
Not
landowner.
amenable.
Well, you have to, this is a landowner issue. The landowner, before you buy the property, you go in and see what the feasibility is for the lots. Does that make sense? If he's going to, if that's what his goal was, if he was a farmer, he inherits it, or he's been farming it. I assume, just from hearing, this has been purchased as a development to develop. That was up on the landowner's burden to be able to find out what he can build on it. We're trying to solve the landowner's problem here that should have been resolved when before. That's the buyer beware. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense, I think.
So he's kind of been the one that's kind of put him, we're trying to resolve his issue, but he's the one that put himself in this position. I guess the question is for the council is if we're amenable to doing R130 with a stipulation of 4 lots, because that's what I've kind of been hearing. And then what the worry is about going in the future, what stipulation, how's that paint the picture going forward?
So what I've heard is interest from council in deferring a final decision on the rezone to understand better
What our options
what
are.
our options are. Is that correct?
I would like to defer just to get a little bit more information about utilities, because there is some missing information there, and that is connected to that rezoning of R130 to R140.
So would somebody want to make a motion to continue until whatever information you want is collected?
I make a motion. I move that the Highlands, oh, were you making one? Go ahead.
I move we continue this until a future date when we have more
I'll second.
details.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
So if the council would be, I think we need to be, give the
Specific.
applicant some direction. I think that would be good.
So the information we're looking for, if it's Manor Drive related, then that's something staff needs to look at.
I think as a staff, or we as a council need to understand, is it even possible to connect to Manor Drives 1? Is the utilities a possibility that way? Is there a different, 2, I'd like to have the owner look to see if there's a different lot configuration to keep it R140 if we don't connect to the Highland Manors. Does he have another option, or can he, if he talks to that neighbor, or maybe that neighbor buys that property, he only has 3 lots, you'll put some of it back on him to kind of work through this issue.
So is there a way to develop the property as R140?
Correct.
And then as a sidebar,
I'd like to see a plan where it's an R140 that could be approved if it has the road going to the north and going across like what he proposed. He has an R130 proposal. I'd like it to come back from him as an R140. That's conforming. What a conforming R140 would look like if it's his property. And it might be we have a parcel that's empty and we have to make a decision if that's how we approve it, or but we need to know about Highland Manor Road, if the utilities can go there, and then about what needs to happen if it stays R140.
I'm sorry to jump up here, but Kurt, we looked at it, there's not a possibility of that. To have the road go north to 11200 and the road going east and west, you still are left with 2 parcels of property. You're saying, and the property owner on the northeast will not sell him property. He wants to buy the road, and that's not an option for us. We need the road connecting to the north. And so we've already looked at that. There's no possible way to meet R140 and do that design.
As he currently owns the property, maybe he has to go to the other neighbor and buy some,
Buy some more from the northwest?
north,
and then,
or maybe he has to go more to the east. I'm just saying, it's the landowner's burden. We're putting the burden upon the city. It's the landowner's burden.
Well, and I agree with that. The one thing that I do want to just throw out here, because, most of the properties that we have left in Highland are fill-in properties. We have road connections that we've stubbed to properties, and we're basically putting a burden on whoever buys that property to tie in and do utilities at those locations. We're going to run into this quite a bit from now on. And my only concern is if I echo what Rob, our attorney, said, is that, we can't exact too much from these developers or they will never develop. They'll come in and build one big home, and then we've got 3 roads to nowhere and no connectivity, and that's bad for us, and that's bad for public safety. And so I think we need to look at these properties, these fill-in properties, and work with the developer in some way to make things happen that is a win-win for both.
And I agree with that, but the problem is you're telling us we can't do any variances or anything on this property. So we're kind of stuck.
What you could do is rezone R130 with a 4-lot stipulation and say, we're making this accommodation because we need this connection for the betterment of Highland in general. And that would give you grounds for what you're doing.
So if we did that, could we throw in the trial?
Could. You could, yes, you could do that. But maybe that's something you need to do a little bit more homework on, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, Tina, you had a comment?
Can we sufficiently limit with stipulations to prevent kind of an open season on variances and zoning changes? Because if you open the door, then people will come in with myriad reasons to change the zoning. I'm concerned about that.
That's a fair question. I think Todd did make a good point, that if we play hardball and just say no exceptions to R140, we may not have property developed that we really need developed to get the connectivity.
True, but I mean, there's certain things we wouldn't want to capitulate on, and there are certain things that are acceptable, but then...
But that'll always be up to the council.
But that's pretty subjective, too.
A rezone is always legislative, right, Rob? So you can say yes or no for whatever reasons you want.
That was the point I was going to make. The way to handle that is by... The variance is an administrative process, not a legislative process. The council doesn't get involved or decide whether a variance should or should not be granted. The rezone, however, is something that you can decide, and it's not something that someone has any entitlement to. Someone can't come to the council and say, I need this to be, R120. They can say, I'd like it to be. The council can say, well, let's look at it. The same way you're looking at this one of, does it work? How can we get the infrastructure that we need? So you can make it on the council, you can let everyone know. Default's still going to be R140. If you're a fill-in parcel, and you have 3 connections of utilities or roads or whatever, we'll look at it. We're not promising you anything. We can look at granting you some kind of rezone, and that's the process. It's not a variance, it's just you change the zoning so they can still give the city the infrastructure the city needs while still being able to develop it.
But hasn't there been legal implications in the past for precedent? If we grant to one person, can someone come in and say, according to this precedent, you're being prejudicial and not granting this to me also? Because haven't we had a lawsuit in the past based upon precedent?
I mean, cities have gotten sued. I'm not sure what specific lawsuit you're talking about. When it comes to a rezone, it's very hard for someone to say they've been treated, that you've exceeded the bounds of your legislative authority to decide to grant or not grant a rezone.
I suppose we could be really specific, and just like I believe it was the mayor that said, we could be very specific and state this has been granted in order to gain access to a thoroughfare or to utilities.
Right.
And it will be granted under these specific circumstances and none other.
And you put that in the motion, you could put down, we're doing it because we need to have a road connect to the north. So if all the mirrors do line up, Tim, if they're putting a road here and they're getting North Road and they're a little short, then yes, they can come say, you granted it to Mr. You've got to grant it to me, but it has to meet exact same puzzle pieces, if you want to say.
Well, you just need to be very careful with the criteria or the conditions that we set forth.
Is that even, when we do a rezone next time, we can do it or not do it for any reasons, right? Because it's legislative?
More or less, yes. It does help if you have, certain findings that said, we granted this because they had 3 stubs that they had to make and a utility line. That helps just, not necessarily as a legal matter, but just as a kind of precedential, talking to the community matter. Yeah, we considered it. We don't like rezones in Highland. We gave it for a very specific reason. That can help with just that kind of feeling of when the council will grant a rezone. Legally, the city's going to be safe.
Mayor, I think we had Tim made a motion, and I believe, was there a second?
There was a second, and I think it needed to be amended, so if this is a friendly amendment, for some specificity as to what you want the property owner to do and what you want staff to do. So I'm going to maybe overstep my bounds and say, I think what you asked for somebody asked for, and Nathan, to add to that motion that you are specifically requesting staff to provide information on whether culinary water and pressurized irrigation is possible from the south if we were to connect to Manor Drive, and that you asked the owner to come back with a lot configuration that conforms to R140 if possible, or a different configuration that would include only 4 lots.
The developer is not on the line or anything, right?
Kevin, so there's nobody on Zoom who is named as such. So Kevin, if you do happen to be here, will you please raise your hand?
I assume not, because when we did the public hearing, no one wanted to comment. So we can allow Tim to rephrase his motion as we just talked about, if Tim would like to do that. It's not exactly Robert rules, but we can do our own rules.
So you want me to rephrase then?
Stephanie, do you need him to rephrase that?
I think what you stated, it was exactly the intent of what I was getting at, so.
Okay, so I'm going to list the motion as your original motion, except you want to have staff provide information on the culinary and PI connections from Manor Drive and the owner to come back with a lot configuration that conforms to R140 with 4 lots. Is that correct?
And then I think we need to add the wiggle room, just say, or if that's not possible, just a 4-lot configuration.
Is there anything we can put in that also to find out about a variance, if this would meet a criteria for a variance?
Yes.
I think we want to also see if this would meet if this would have also staff or the attorney look to see if this would meet the variance requirement.
Okay, I'll second all that.
So I think we're ready for a vote. She'll edit that.
So yes, you're voting on the motion as it stands. I apologize. It's quickest to just do this.
Wait.
So you are voting on the motion that you made, Tim, and
Okay.
Scott seconded.
Yes.
Does anyone need more time to change vote?
Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, item 5, public hearing, plat amendment, Beacon Hill, plat M. And Kelly, I assume that's you.
Okay, thank Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Okay, so Jeff Murphy is requesting a plat amendment in Beacon Hills Plat J. Beacon Hills Plat J was approved back in October 2005. The request is to combine lots 5 and 6 into 1.81 acre lot. We have received no citizen comments.
I'm sorry, who was the petitioner?
His name is Jeff Murphy.
No, I probably need to step out of this one, so.
Okay. This is the vicinity map. As you can see, it's just like in the middle of, or on the northern end of the Beacon Hills subdivision. Okay, this is the previously approved plat in October 2005. Lots 5 and 6 are just north of that Hidden Meadow Drive. And then this is what he has submitted for his plat amendment. It's one lot subdivision called Plat M. Again, it is totaling 0.81 acres. This is also an administrative matter.
By doing this, will it affect anything else in Beacon Hills? I mean, this seems pretty amenable, but are we doing anything by amending this plat, Nathan, up in the Beacon Hills area that caused anything else that might happen?
And we as staff just recommend that City Council accept the findings and approve the final plat amendment.
So is there any discussion on this? All right, so Tim has recused himself because he's related to the affected party. It will be a 4-member vote unless it's a tie. If it's a tie, I will break it. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I move...
Mayor, this is a public hearing.
Oh, excuse me. Open meeting for public hearing before we vote.
If there are any participants online, please raise your hand who would like to speak to this item. Seeing none, sir.
Okay, then we're closing the public hearing. My apologies. Okay, Council.
I move that the City Council accept the findings and approve the final plat amendment, subject to the 2 stipulations recommended by staff in the staff report.
A second.
Okay, motion by Kurt, second by Kim. Ready for a vote? Okay, that passes unanimously. Item 6, public hearing ordinance 2021-02, text amendment development review process. Nathan, I assume that's you?
Okay. So, we start with overview of what our development review process for legislative projects goes. When we talk about legislative projects, we've spent a lot of time in the last few years talking about the difference between legislative and administrative and the reasons for this. So legislative, primarily when we're dealing with land use or general plan amendments or adopting a general plan, rezoning like we just dealt with, changes to development codes. The development code is where we set the standards, policy. Our legislative processes are designed and focused on soliciting and encouraging all the public input that we can. With that, we have neighborhood meetings where we go out and require developers to meet with surrounding property owners. Specifically, we do public hearing with Planning Commission and City Council. And we want those people to participate. Those are meetings and actions where opinion, where matters where, for example, if the opinion was every house in Highland wanted to be pink, we could do that. We can solicit all kinds of opinion that we want. We don't like this development because of X, Y, and Z. All of that is encouraged, and we try to solicit that input early and often throughout the entire process with our legislative actions. Once we, and in state code it's set up this way, once we adopt a legislative action, the state code is set up to say, okay, a property owner can then go and implement that legislative action, and the council and the city needs to allow them to implement that. For example, when we rezone a piece of property from R140 to R130, the decision was made to rezone it, and we're not to reconsider that rezoning because the use is coming back and we don't like the use at that time. Or how the lots are laid out, or whatever the case may be. As long as it meets with our standards that we've set forth, they are entitled to approval according to state law. That is the standard that is set. The state code was adopted many years ago to remove requirements for public hearings and public input throughout the process, to follow this assumption that as cities we are getting public input during that legislative process, and we are making informed decisions with our citizens during that legislative process. And then once we make that decision, that we are implementing those decisions that we make consistently, and implementing our standards. So when we talk about a preliminary plat, our process currently is we have a pre-application. Somebody calls and says, hey, I want to subdivide. This is pre-COVID dates, but hopefully it'll be over soon. We want to subdivide. What can you tell us about this property? They come in, they meet with myself, planning, engineering, fire's there sometimes, staff, to get preliminary information on the property. Sometimes they'll ask about zoning, lot size. Well, they'll always ask about zoning. Sometimes they'll ask about rezoning, and we'll tell them what's going on. But they'll always ask about where utility connections are. Do you have capacity? What about road improvements? What do we have to do? And we go through that. Then they'll go and they will prepare their application, right? So they'll go in, they'll prepare their preliminary plat, and then they'll submit that to staff. And when it comes to staff, what will happen is we will route that to planning, to fire, to police, to building, to engineering for their review. And what we're looking for at this stage is, do they comply with preliminary plat standards, or are there any deal killers that we need to be aware of? For example, there's fire code issues. Do we need a second access? That's dealt with fire code and our subdivision. We'd like to know, let police know things are coming. Hey, development's coming. You need to be aware of that. It's on its way. That's why you notify them in building so they can prepare, those kind of things. Once people make comments on that, they're shipped back to Kelly or planning, who compiles them. It goes to, then that is compiled and it's shipped to the developer. And then we either meet with the developer to go over those comments, or they revise and they resubmit, and we do this process till it's ready to go to Planning Commission, and then eventually to you guys. The advantage of that process is that it allows us to address the big issues prior to a Planning Commission or a City Council meeting. I've been in a number of meetings that they get before a planning commission or city council, and you start arguing about, Dan may recognize a city a long time ago, that's the first time they see the comments. Like, these are easy changes. We could have easily addressed this, but then you spend an hour talking about, well, you know what, you mislabeled this sewer line over here, and it just becomes a complete nightmare. And so we are trying to address the issues up front, and if there are any issues that the council or commission need to discuss, that we can zero in on those issues, right? And just focus on those. So that's how we do a development process, and it's been fairly effective. We've been able to turn around a reputation of hard to work with staff and things like that, into a very positive. One of the things that our code requires is what's called a development review committee meeting. And the way it's, and it's twofold, I think, the purpose of it is that what it should be is we compile these comments, and then we sit down with the developer and have this interaction. But the residents are invited to that meeting, but they are only supposed to submit written comments. But what is happening, and what's happened for a number of years, is you start getting into this dialogue of what is good, what is bad, and what is called public clamor. I don't like your project, sorry. Some of the comments we've dealt with recently are, well, you need to address pesticides on the property. You know, we don't like how this is designed. We don't like the street locations. We don't want this in our backyard, you know, that kind of stuff. So the first part of this proposal is to remove the requirement for that DRC meeting, because we are addressing the purpose of it in our reviews, technical reviews in our technical review process before it gets to the public process. Okay? One of the comments that we got in our last DRC meeting was, well, why are you having this and inviting us to it if, and we get this in planning commission and even in city council, if there isn't anything that we can do, right? If this is going forward anyways and there isn't anything that we can do. The lot sizes are set or whatever. And I understand that frustration. When you're inviting people to participate in a process, you're advertising for either a DRC or a public hearing or something like that. You're saying, come invite, participate. We want you to, we're implying a discretionary review when Utah law is set up that it's not a discretionary review. Anyways, so that's the first part of the proposal, is to say, hey, we are taking care of the DRC portion of this during our review process, okay? And I think that will help eliminate some conflict.
So Nathan,
Yes.
help me so let's kind of look at some examples we've had where I think the public input on a preliminary plat worked out well.
Okay, can I finish, and then we can jump in that, okay? So I need to clarify, this proposal does not eliminate public input. It changes how it's solicited, how it is gathered, okay? That work? I don't want to hit it again. Okay, the second change is right now we require a public hearing before the planning commission. As you know, we don't require a public hearing for a preliminary plat before council. That does not, we don't advertise for that. We don't send out radiuses, we don't send out anything for a council meeting, yet people come and participate. They know it's coming, they watch the agendas, they come and participate with those meetings. So, when a city says, hey, we are having a public hearing, it implies a certain level of review and participation and a discretionary review, just like conditional use permits, for citizens to participate. And that has ended up with a lot of frustration between council, commission, and residents. Commission, we've had a lot of discussion about, hey, sorry, we can't do anything because we only can review if this meets our code. It's coming, sorry, does it meet our code or not? That's our review. And there's a lot of frustration there between commission residents and council and residents, and there has been in the past. So part of this is to try to solve that and try to address that. So instead of saying we are holding a public hearing, we are going to say we have this application in, you are welcome to participate in the process, and this is how you participate. And it is coming, it'll be for hearings, it'll be before Planning Commission and City Council, and this is how you participate. So we're changing how we participate. In doing our research, we looked at 10 different cities, and only 3 still do this formal public hearing process. And the reason being is primarily because they've experienced what we have experienced, right? Where we get into this conflict between, is this a standard or not? And this public clamor between, well, I don't like this, I want the road here. Well, sorry, the standard says it has to be here. So, going back to your comment, Kurt, let's talk about some projects where it's worked and where it hasn't worked, okay? So we've had some projects where input has been helpful. I don't believe that this change will eliminate input or eliminate that. It just changes when we get it and how we solicit it.
Nathan, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Was there any of the cities that you talked to that had a DRC equivalent?
They have DRCs, but they do not invite residents.
Their DRC is like our staff review.
Or it's a step in when they have their comments ready, they sit down and discuss them, but they do not invite residents.
So there's no public input at that level?
Not in those. When you're sitting there, you're talking about, hey, this needs to be the 8-inch sewer line, not a 6-inch, and that kind of stuff. There really isn't a purpose for that.
So where do you think in this process the developer is the most flexible to listen to the residents? Do you feel, so this is, if the residents look at this preliminary plat, my concern is by the time it's gotten to Planning Commission, that developer's invested in the drawings, he's starting to invest himself into the plan that he envisions, and I think it's harder to change the outcome. To me, if a resident wanted to say, hey, I'm concerned about something here, it appears the developer, before he gets to Planning Commission, he's willing to listen because he recognizes it also gives the warning to the resident if he's not listening, or if the resident gives a good input to the developer, let's say at a neighborhood meeting, let's just say we replace your DRC, so we go pre-app meeting, staff meeting, and then we do a neighborhood meeting here. It allows the neighborhood to have some input. It's up to the developer to take the input or not. But it also warns the neighbors, if there's not, the input might have been good, to hurry up and get a hold of Planning Commission or City Council of some areas they see in the concern in that preliminary plat, where if it gets to Planning Commission and have them come here, I think it's too far down. For me, it might be too far down the process.
Once they apply, the investment and the plans have already been made. But going back, Kurt, is the point is that input, this sounds harsh, but that input, unless it's from a technical legal standpoint, that input, unless it's based on your standards and based on code, and it isn't relevant.
It becomes public clamor, and we're public officials that maybe should hear some from our residents' concerns. I mean, I don't
No, I
mind the
get
public-
that.
I don't mind the
but
public clamor.
In our experience, there hasn't been changes between DRC and preliminary plat that goes to the planning commission. You're seeing the same thing, and you're seeing the same comments.
Starting to have residents give input to the council because they were more educated to help us be aware of concerns they have. I represent the residents. I mean,
So you're getting a notice at DRC, we're still providing that notice and that courtesy notice up there.
correct, but they don't have, and I guess they could, and that's what you're proposing. Right now, what I understood your concern is, people are showing up to the DRC meeting, residents at the DRC, and you're not able to really discuss with the developer the input, hey, this is where your sewer lines, this is where your water lines.
That's part of it.
But for me as a council person, I appreciate the staff doing that, but now I want to start hearing from the public what their concern is or what's coming to us.
So okay, so when's the last time you had DRC comments?
Well, it might, I don't know if it came out of DRC, but like you look at the Reinhardt. Now, we had an open house there, which started getting a lot. I mean, the first open house had 150, 200 people out. But as the process started to go, we had residents that were giving some
Okay,
good...
so you're talking the rezone, which was a year before, that was the neighborhood meeting.
Well, no, but see, remember this last one, they didn't try a rezone of the R140. They kept R140,
So-
but there were some processes that residents jumped in to say, hey, maybe the trail this way, or we're putting it here. We started getting some input that I think when it came to council, we didn't have it filled here, where a year earlier we had 200 people.
And so that would still occur at planning commission and city council like it does today.
Which is when it occurred last time.
Which is when it occurred this time.
But that's because that was a rezone originally. Aren't you trying to eliminate the public hearings?
No. So if you take Reinhardt, let's take Reinhardt specifically.
Because it started out as a rezone, then it moved into the same zones.
So it was a rezone, so a year and a half ago, it was a rezone. They did a neighborhood meeting, one public hearing, okay, because it never got to council. All right, and so there was a lot of things that came out of that, right? The Madison Avenue came out of that, and we held an additional meeting on that, and that was the big one that you're talking about here, one of the top 5 worst meetings I've ever attended, but that's another story.
But that had nothing to do with this, right?
Nothing to do with, okay? So that was totally different. So that started a lot of input on that process, okay? Now, let's fast forward a year and a half, and they apply for a preliminary plat that conforms with R140. Okay, we do a DRC meeting. How many people did we have? Like 7 or 8? I don't remember, Todd. Attend? Like 90% of these, nobody even attends. You get 2 or 3 that they do, and then it becomes a disaster. So, but anyways, and then you have your planning commission meeting. They came, the residents came, and they provided input. And then you had city council, residents came and provided input. That process doesn't change. They still can provide input. We didn't notify anybody of the city council meeting, and they all came anyways. So when they're engaged, and they want to be engaged, they will be here.
But as I read through this material, it sounds like you're eliminating the public hearings.
We're eliminating a public hearing for conditional use. I'll get to conditional use in a minute. But the public hearing for a planning commission for a preliminary plat, yes. So replacing it with this courtesy notice instead.
It seems to me a little bit we're talking about apples and oranges because the examples we're bringing up are when there were zoning changes or some other things.
Okay, so
I would like an example where there was not a zoning change and there was a lot of public clamor. And I want to go on record, I really don't like the term public clamor. I think it should be public input or discourse or something.
Well,
Yeah, clamor is so negative, I think.
it is, but
Yeah.
the reason we use that term, and we call it whatever we want, but you have to say, you can say testimony or input, okay? So let's call that testimony or input. Because testimony is really what we should be taking on administrative actions, okay? So let's call it testimony or input. Let's take Plat E, Beacon Hills, that we're going to consider in a little bit, okay? That one is, we got an email over the weekend about lot size. Prior to that, we've gotten several emails about it. The DRC, we had, how many did we have here?
7 or 8, I believe it was.
7 or 8, we were here for an hour. Planning Commission was an hour just on that item. It was pretty controversial there. I've never answered so many questions that weren't relevant to the plat itself on that one. That is an example of one where they were providing input but not testimony. Okay? Things that we could not address, like, hey, can we require them, a developer, to install improvements that aren't related to our code? No, we can't.
Can we if it's a safety issue?
It depends.
I'm going to say, sometimes the residents, I've heard, also going, I didn't aware that this is maybe a safety concern, or I was not aware. I mean, that's why when you talk about public input.
But again,
Kurt,
there. It doesn't change, we're not changing, we are not eliminating their opportunity to participate in the process. The assumption here is that our proposal is that they can't participate, or we're eliminating their ability to do that. We are just calling it something different. That assumption isn't correct. We are calling it something different.
So here's my input, and I value public input. I publish a blog, I do council previews when I was a council member, I did after action reports, everything we did. I wanted input and I wanted people to know why we did things. However, it is, in my view, false advertising to say, like in a DRC, come and participate, when your ability to participate is really limited to people that have expert opinions about our code and how something applies or doesn't apply. Most of the input that has come our way as a result of either public hearings for administrative things like preliminary plats at a planning commission meeting are people who say, I don't like this, I wasn't expecting this land to be developed, I don't want it to be developed, and so I'm trying to find reasons why it can't. Oh, and if you do, then wouldn't it be nice if the developer paid for a fence? Well, we can't make him pay for a fence. Or we want a trail, or we don't want a trail. And to me, that is setting residents up with a false expectation that they can influence our decisions by their opinions when they can't legally. And that's the state calls it public clamor, and if you go to the ombudsman site, it specifically says, you cannot base your decision on public clamor. And by definition, public clamor is input that is not expert testimony on administrative items. And so I feel like we're setting people up for failure when we broadcast and say we want your input, and then have to say, but we don't care because you're not an expert. And to me, nobody wins in that. Now, people we can send emails, which they did on the Reinhardt property. We had a resident that made a video, promoting the idea of keeping a conservation easement where it ended up being, and they were able to influence things, but it wasn't because of anything that we're talking about here. On their own initiative, they knew this was happening, and they did extracurricular activity. They sent emails to Planning Commission, which we always welcome. They sent emails to the council, And, there was a good exchange there on a lot of those things, and I know that there's a lot of exchange that happens, and I think that's good. I just don't, personally, I don't like to set people up for failure or to set a false expectation. That's my concern about this.
So Rob, why don't you come in and talk about the legal aspect and that kind of stuff for this?
To Councilmember Smith's point, public clamor is not a great term. It is the legal term, however. For whatever reason, that's the term the courts like to use for that input. We don't have to use it here.
No, we don't have to use it.
No, that's just why we refer to it as that. So these proposed changes, I think one issue to highlight is residents will still have, as part of both Planning Commission and City Council meetings, the introductory. If someone has a comment they'd like to make about, something that's not a public hearing, come up at the beginning of the meeting, state your, 3-minute speech. So that, I think, just to clarify, there will be no public hearing as part of, there's not going to be any DRC anymore. It's just the pre-application review, and so no hearing part of that. And then the public hearing, that the proposal is that Planning Commission is currently holding a public hearing on plat applications. That would be removed, so they'd only have the, submitting written comments, emails, calls beforehand, or as part of the opening of the meeting, the, make your 3-minute presentation.
Hold on, you're saying that the Planning Commission is not going to have a public meeting with this change?
Public hearing, public meeting, yes.
Public meeting, but there will not be a hearing where the residents can come up and give input?
They'd hold it just like you guys do. When you have an item on the agenda that's not listed as a public hearing, you guys still choose to take comment, right?
Well, the mayor's done that pretty well, but at the same time, we often say, if it's not on the agenda, you can make a comment at the first meeting. I've heard that several times, so I'm a little confused. Are we telling people we're not going to have a public hearing, but you can come up and talk about things on the agenda beforehand? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. That's a discretionary thing on my part, and sometimes I've done that in the past. If I'm planning on during the meeting allowing input on items that are on the agenda, when they happen, I will state that at the beginning of the meeting. If I'm not, I don't say that, and so then when people come, if they have comments, they can say it at the front end of the meeting.
But that's up to the mayor or the Planning Commission chair. The chair of the Planning Commission could decide not to do it.
Right.
Mayor could decide not to do it.
The front end of the meeting where public input is always welcome.
Right now on a preliminary plat, do we have a public comment currently?
On Planning Commission, yes. On City Council, no.
Technically on City Council, no.
So the council's never had a public hearing requirement. There's always a public meeting requirement, and the mayor has allowed comments. Planning Commission currently has a public hearing requirement. Part of the proposed amendments would remove that public hearing requirement and just have it be a public meeting where the Planning Commission...
I might go the other way and say that the City Council should have a public hearing. I mean, instead of remove it from Planning Commission, add it to City Council. I like input.
Again, I think we're setting people up with false expectations if we do that. That's my opinion.
Well, at the same time, though, I think we need to appear to be open and transparent, because I can give you some examples in councils past where they weren't open and transparent at all, and it caused a war. And I just think we need to let people have some input in kind of an organized manner. And yeah, we might ignore them. And I support the staff on most of this. I think we get rid of the DRC and a few things. But I hate to eliminate public input. I just think sometimes it's not helpful, but I just think so many times it can be, and I think it diffuses problems ahead of time if people think they're being heard. And I don't know, I have a hard time eliminating all the public input here.
Well, there's only one place for eliminating a public hearing with this thing, and that's on the Planning Commission. And it doesn't change their ability to send an email or bring up an item in the public input portion of the meeting.
But it also eliminates neighborhood meetings in section.
There were no neighborhood meetings for preliminary plats.
Neighborhood meetings were never required for preliminary plats.
Required for.
Is the thought process, the reason we're eliminating from planning commission is because it's conditional use and we are just hearing what we would classify public input or public clamor is what we're just saying, there's no need.
Preliminary plats are not a conditional use.
So why are we what's the reasoning to eliminate public input in the planning commission?
We're eliminating a public hearing because it implies a discretionary review for an administrative action that does not exist.
So there's two separate processes. One is a conditional use permit, one is a subdivision plat.
We're talking about plat right
Talking
now.
about plats, this also, it does relate to the city's process for handling and reviewing conditional use permits. But right now, just talking about plats, as a policy matter, the council certainly could add in more public hearings or whatever process the council feels is appropriate. By state law, no public hearing is required for this kind of administrative decision. And I think when Nathan refers to the impression of more discretion than is allowed, that impression sometimes applies both to the residents and to the decision-making bodies. A number of lawsuits involve planning commissions or city councils that grant approvals or deny approvals based on that public input that doesn't relate to code and face legal challenges over that.
And that's why we have an attorney here to make sure you cover us. No, but I'm just saying, let's assume the planning commission. Someone says, hey, I don't like the way the developer looks. Okay, that's public clamor if you want. But if they say, hey, the road design in this preliminary plat, the way it's going to be designed, are you aware of the safety issue this might create and how it's something we didn't notice and they're bringing it up. In a preliminary plat, it's about roads. I mean, they could give some input that gives us some safety issues that maybe we had not been aware of, correct?
It's possible, yes.
But does having a public hearing eliminate that possibility?
It gives the venue for the public to come. I mean, I'll be surprised. Like we had the one that was here on the manor, the Highland Manors last time at the Planning Commission, they had 3 or 4 individuals get up and speak. They talked about the trail. They talked about, hey, the one neighbor didn't want the road going north. I was surprised we didn't have any public tonight. They were there at the Planning Commission, but they weren't here. I mean, and I understand it's up to the public to be there because we had a public hearing, but it's just, I'm kind of Scott. I like any opportunity the public feels like they can get involved.
We had a public hearing tonight because it was a rezone, not because it was a preliminary plat. Anyway, again, like Rob said, you can ask for whatever you want. My experience is, I think it sets people up with a wrong expectation because I can't tell you how many times I've heard the comment, you asked for my input, you didn't care. And to me, that's worse than implying that you have some discretion or for somebody for you to imply that they have a discretion and then tell them no is worse than to just not imply that you have a public discretion.
Now, and I've been here, I haven't had a lot of people where they come up to me and say, hey, I don't feel like you cared with my input. Is it worse to not, I've heard where some feel like they've been here and the item wasn't discussed and they were frustrated that we weren't discussing or they were hoping to get input. I mean, we always have them come up to the first when they have the 3-minute time, and sometimes they'll talk about something that's on the agenda. But every now and then, if they don't stay long enough or catching on, there's been times we haven't had a public hearing. You've been fairly good about it. Does that make sense about making sure? But there's times I do feel like we need to make sure we give the public the opportunity. We represent them.
We do. But if you follow the theory that when we do legislative actions, we solicit input all the time. And let's look at the park, for example. When we do a park process, we do an open house, we solicit input, none of which is required.
Correct.
We do it anyway. But we don't necessarily do the same level of input for a smaller park than we did like for a big park like Mountain Ridge. but it's up to the council how they want to do that. We can always do an open house, right? But let's say we did an open house for a preliminary plat, invited people to come and look, this is it, and nobody liked it, but it was all within code. The developer could proceed, we would be obligated to approve, and people would leave frustrated because we weren't able to act on anything that they brought up, even if it was roads, right? If it complies with code, we're obligated to approve the preliminary plat.
And maybe just as another example that's not plats or conditional use, a building permit is it's categorized as a land use application and approval. It's essentially, a building permit's the same thing as a subdivision plat, at least in terms of the city's review, that someone comes in, they say, you allow this kind of use, I want to do it. Building permit's much more routine, obviously. We don't even bring it to planning commission or council. We have a whole process for that. Theoretically, the council could. This is all just, you have a range of policy decisions. The staff has recommended removing the public hearing requirement for plats. You could say, maybe we don't want it for planning commission, but we do want it for council, or we don't want it anywhere. Or we want to have a part of this courtesy, we want to have a neighborhood meeting or an open house. The current proposal is no DRC and no public hearing at any part of a subdivision plat.
But what part of the proposal is to eliminate neighborhood meetings and to eliminate notification unless we choose to do a courtesy one. So I have kind of a hard time going that extreme.
Scott, on this one, there never was a neighborhood meeting requirement ever, so we can't remove it if it wasn't there.
Part of this text amendment is to remove the requirement to have a neighborhood meeting for a conditional use. We still have a public hearing at the planning commission and at city council not at city council. We have the public hearing notice that has to be sent out and a public hearing held for conditional uses.
Kelly, that's number 7, right? Not number 6.
That's number 7, we're on 6. And right here it says the applicant will no longer have to hold a neighborhood meeting for conditional use permits.
Number 7 involves public buildings being permitted uses. This is number 6.
Yes,
it's
number 6.
included. It's on one of the next slides of that Nathan has. But
there never were requirements for public hearings for preliminary plats, right? Or not public hearings, but neighborhood meetings for preliminary plats.
Just the DRC.
Neighborhood meetings applied to conditional use permits. We're saying not a neighborhood meeting on a conditional use. Conditional use, nothing is changing about.
So we haven't got there yet in terms of this presentation.
No, I think we're dealing with the preliminary plat.
Preliminary plat.
But to that point, neighborhood meetings have never been required for plat processes, and so that's not being altered at all. What's being altered is the DRC, which really kind of wasn't, the code wasn't really clear. It says it's meant for staff to interact with the applicant, and notice was given to people, and it's become more than that. So it effectively became a neighborhood meeting in a sense, and staff was proposing to remove that DRC kind of staff review portion from being a public process.
So as a council, do we have any concerns where they've removed the DRC and put a courtesy notice? Does that seem to be, I don't have a problem not inviting to the DRC. I see that.
I don't have any problem with that either.
I see that as a staff issue, and let the staff give their input, get down to, do we like adding this courtesy notice? I like it.
I like the courtesy notice too. I just think we need to let people know that they're having a subdivision built in their backyard, or at least let them know, because if you don't, then they come and say, you're not being open and transparent. And I understand what the mayor is saying. We don't upset or put expectations that can't exist, but it seems like it's at least, I mean, if somebody put a subdivision next to me and no one told me they were going to do it, I would be pretty mad. I mean, I'd like to at least get notification something's happening and an opportunity to come and express my opinion.
So the courtesy notice, what you're saying, Scott, then you want a venue after the courtesy notice, other than email, where the residents could come in and make their voices heard.
I like a public hearing with the planning commission. That's what I thought the planning commission was all about.
I'm okay with that. Keep it the planning commission. But we want to add it to the city council. I understand it adds to our agenda. I understand it could add to time, and maybe we give an expectation. If we had concerns where we gave the voice to the planning commission, but not the voice at city council. The mayor, our current mayor, has been really good about that, making sure that everyone's voices are heard. But Scott, you mentioned in other councils, you've seen where that wasn't a case and it's been a concern.
Well, and I was a resident at some of those council meetings, and I was chomping at the bit because it was something that I didn't think about that came up while the meeting was.
And you wanted to participate.
I kept doing this, and I was ignored, which is why I was sensitive to making sure that if you're.
And I appreciate your doing that. I'm almost in favor of also adding the city council.
It's the council's call.
Another thing I do want to mention, the purpose of the courtesy notice is to replace our public hearing notice. And so if we had both a courtesy notice and a public hearing notice with a public hearing.
So we would have to send a public hearing notice about planning commission and then a separate one for city council? Or can they be the same?
No, they have to be different.
They have to be different.
And how much
we have timing.
Is it 500 feet?
Yes, of the property.
Well, it could be whatever you wanted if we made up.
Oh, for courtesy notice, yes. Well,
Courtesy notice.
You as the council could do any requirements that you would like to.
Currently, the public hearing for planning commission, there's a 500-foot radius of the area that gets a courtesy notice.
But that's city code.
And this, by courtesy notice, it's not a courtesy notice. It's 500 feet, get a mailed notice of the public hearing to be held before the planning commission. So
you have to have 10 days, there's some amount of.
There's some, it's like a 10 days before you have to have it. We can't add in the council meeting notice because we don't know if the planning commission will make a final decision or not. So right now, there is no separate special notice of the city council's consideration of a plat.
Because in some cases, you wouldn't have time between the planning commission and the city council.
How many days, 10 days?
Typically, it's a 10 business day. So if you have a planning commission, depending on when your next council meeting is, it could or could not make it.
It'd move it one city council meeting.
I send it out 14 days. I don't remember if that's what's on the code, but that's when I send it out. It might just be just what I have on my calendar, but that's just me being cautious.
So what's other council members feeling on this notice and removal or not?
I think this is a tough one because I can see both sides of it. I mean, it's hard when you put out a public hearing to hear input on something that is an administrative decision in which no matter what their input is, it's not going to change the decision. But at the same time, how many times have people voiced their opinion on something that it's not going to matter, it's not going to change the decision? I think of anti-maskers outside of schools protesting. Is it going to change the school official's decision on it? No. But it's allowing them to voice their opinion, and that's what they need to do. And squashing that right for somebody is hard for me to do. I think we need to establish better that the administrative process and what it is before the input is allowed, just allowing residents to know that this is administrative process and basically this is how it works and the process does how it works, but I still like to hear the input. I do like eliminating DRC. I do like the 10-day appeals, 10 days for appeals, but for public input, I still want to hear that.
So the constraint, I'll just point this out, we're adding cost to the process to the city, right? Every time we add a public hearing, that's staff time to put to sit there and they fold and lick and so we're already overburdened, we're just putting more burden on them, right? So we have to expect less from them.
Is that not what we're paying for?
No, but we're going to we have a fixed amount of time with staff, right? We're just saying, now we're allocating time and dollars to something that we're not currently doing.
But what I'm hearing is that we're coming to agreement, it sounds like it, and we haven't heard from Tim or Brittany, but that we're okay with eliminating the DRC and public notice for that. You're going to have a pre-app review, but I just think what I'm hearing is we would like to keep the public hearing with the Planning Commission and notification of the people about that so that they feel like if they want to come and have some input, they will. Will it change things? I don't know, but it gives them that opportunity. That's kind of, I just want to eliminate all neighborhood meetings and public input.
Scott, I mean, and maybe I'm just, because I've been part of the pretty good council where the mayor's brought this, allow the public to speak. Is there a concern, do we feel if they've had the input at the planning commission, do they need to also have the opportunity, even though you go, hey, this is, at the city council, we're the elected officials, planning commission's appointed, and they can kind of help, weed through a lot of the stuff. Do we need one at the city council to make sure that there's a public hearing there? I mean,
I can support that. I like the input, even though it's hard.
So if you keep the public hearing on the planning commission, then there's no need for a courtesy notice. That would be redundant. So the courtesy notice would replace, you do one or the other.
But you notify about the public hearing.
Your courtesy notice is, it's a public hearing at planning commission, another notice for public hearing at city council.
Okay, so again, you just added cost and time, and you need to factor that into your thinking when we go into budget and what we're asking staff to do, right? You're recognizing that.
When they're looking the first one, they can have the second letter put together.
They can't because the planning commission hasn't made their decision
They haven't given their
yet.
findings, we don't know the exact date when things are happening, I understand.
Well, I think what we're doing is eliminating the cost with DRC meeting, because we're eliminating that. I still think notification for the public hearing makes sense to me.
Yes, if you're going to have one, you have to have notification. So.
I'd love to hear what Brittany and Tim have to say, though. I mean, it's just, I do see validation on both sides, so let's hear what you guys have to say. Tim? Put you on the spot.
I agree with Dr. Smith. I think that it's part of our responsibility is to listen to our neighbors and those that elected us, and I think that's why they put us in office. Another thing is, some of the criteria for what we're doing is subjective, so possibly there could be some changes in opinion. I know that, for example, zoning, there's certain criteria, and if you don't meet that criteria, there's no way you can have a variance. It's against the law. However, part of it is, there is a subjective aspect to it that I think maybe listening to public opinion may affect. What do you think?
I mean, there's other stuff we do that people can affect. How many times have I heard that at planning commission when somebody comes to planning commission and they do their whole thing and then planning commission votes on it, and then we're like, well, city council isn't tied to what planning commission does anyway, so you have to come back. So, I mean,
well,
I feel like you can't eliminate that problem, Mayor, completely, right? Of people wanting to have a say in a process that maybe they can't impact in the end. I mean,
No, you can't eliminate it, but and you don't eliminate by taking out a public hearing. You're not eliminating public input. You're eliminating a notice requirement, and there's one less time slot that they have to contribute. You're not taking away a time slot to contribute their input. You're just changing a notification requirement. Now, here's things the city is doing now that it didn't do before with respect to public notification and transparency. We do a council preview before every meeting that's abbreviated, so people that don't have time to look through a whole agenda, that's posted on our website and it's sent to everyone that signs up for it. I think Aaron does those, correct? Or Candace?
Actually, Stephanie helps me with those.
So Stephanie does those. That's something that we didn't do before. We also, in our monthly newsletter, put summaries of the council meetings that have transpired in the previous month. We didn't do that before. Our website's a lot easier to navigate. Your options for signing up for stuff. There are a lot of ways to be involved if you want to be involved. Again, it's my opinion, and I don't have a vote, that I don't think a public hearing is needed for planning commission. It's certainly, The downside to it, again, to me, is you're setting an expectation that you can do something when you can't. But you're not eliminating the opportunity to provide input, you're just removing the expectation setting that you do by calling it a public hearing. But we can choose, you can choose to keep that. It's not, the world isn't, the sun's going to come up, the world isn't going to end. We get a lot of input regardless of public hearings or not. I would hate to add to what we have because it just impinges on staff time. It also impinges on our ability to schedule.
We don't have a month to the review process.
Yes. If you put it on the council as well.
Mayor, may I add something?
Sure.
The thing is, if the council chooses to require a courtesy notice and say they chose not to do a public hearing at Planning Commission, you would not be lessening the notification. You could require that same 500-foot radius, but have it be a courtesy notice rather than a public hearing notice. And so they're still being notified, and you can also require that we have the date of the Planning Commission meeting and say they're welcome to come, and we have public appearances at the beginning. But it's just the idea of public hearing that gives that like perspective that it could be a legislative matter and that their input would be taken as, would be considered in the decisions. But they're always invited to give their input, and that's what the public appearances are for, because it's not part of the public hearing. They're not things that are supposed to be taken as part of the decision-making by the Planning Commission and the Council.
So let me flip sides, because I can do that. So if we didn't do the courtesy notice and we kept the public hearing in the Planning Commission meeting, we could, in our notice for a public hearing, point out this is an administrative process here. While you're welcome to provide your input, if you want to impact the decision, it needs to be one of these several things, right? Expert opinion based on how this meets or doesn't meet city code, right? So we could be very explicit about, you're welcome to say whatever you want, but the things that the council or commission will be able to consider are things like these, right? So we could be explicit in making sure that people understood that their input's welcome, but if they want to influence it, then it needs to be this kind of input.
I think we would need to be very clear about what the courtesy notice would entail, because I think that we all in this room right now understand what the outcome is that we want. But I think the problem arises if, later on you don't have staff or council who considers it in the same way. So I think that that's something we'd want to be careful about when we, talk about what would be in the courtesy notice.
Well, what I was talking about was a public hearing notice as opposed to a courtesy notice.
Yeah. So let me just kind of try to clarify things. So you were saying you could do a courtesy notice but not have a public hearing. My only concern is that it's kind of at the discretion of who's in charge of the meeting on whether people can talk about items on the meeting. Because I've heard that explained in many council sessions. If it's in the agenda, don't talk about it now. I just think, I just don't know why we just can't have a public hearing. And yeah.
I'm kind of with Scott. I like the public hearing. I guess I still struggle do we need to have one at City Council? Right now, we only have public hearing at Planning Commission. I mean, I'd almost like to have even the public hearing notice have our email addresses if there's a concern. The problem is it means before Planning Commission, we're starting to get a lot of emails when there's maybe a lot of changes in that preliminary plat. That's right. And that's the only concern, is getting a little ahead of the game and having them starting to contact us.
So you'd like a public hearing at City Council, basically?
Well, do we see a benefit there? Maybe I'm bringing something up that's not been a concern in the past. The problem is we've had a good mayor that has allowed that, and so I don't know what we're missing if it's not there.
But that would be adding, then just to make sure I understand correctly, you're talking about adding a step to the process.
Correct, you actually add another public notice for the city council meeting.
We're eliminating the DRC.
Right.
And all the notification before the pre-app review, but he's talking about maybe having a public hearing at planning and city council. Now, you could, what I'm hearing, you'd probably like it better at city council.
Which is the best place to have it?
We haven't had a mayor yet that hasn't taken public comment on anything on the agenda in 10-plus years.
So does,
I know a mayor that didn't. But that's 3 mayors ago, so, okay.
that's the fear. I mean, what Scott brings up, the fear is, as long as you have good representation that is willing to listen, and I'm not saying that mayor maybe 3 times before, I don't know what the purpose is, why they didn't do it, maybe trying to be I've been in meetings, sometimes we try to get so efficient, we don't allow the public to give input. You know, there's efficiencies, and then there's what, is supposed to be happening, so at least that's my opinion. I mean, if we want to keep it the same way and have the DRC removed, but keep the public notice and have a planning commission, I can support that. I'd like a way for them to at least also feel like they can get hold of city council through email or something that way if there's concerns.
I'll support that, Kurt.
So you want the council emails to be part of the planning commission public hearing notice?
If there's I just worry we're going to start getting a lot of input to us before it's went to planning commission. Like I said, a lot of things change sometimes as it gets going between there and planning commission, and or it doesn't come to us sometimes.
Keep the process as it is and address the
DRC?
Address the DRC and the appeals, and let's go forward. We spent probably too much time on it.
I'm okay with that.
That's fine with me.
So is there another slide, Nathan?
We've hit everything, so you can just go.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion on the process for preliminary plat approval.
Mayor, isn't this a public hearing?
Is it? It is.
Oh, the thing we've been talking about.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you. Today is an absent-minded day for me. I apologize. Public hearing is open for comments about this item number 6. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to that?
If there are any participants online who would like to speak to it, please raise your hand. I see none, Mayor.
Okay, so public hearing is closed. So I would entertain a motion regarding the preliminary plat process.
Just to interject, if you're fine with all the other changes that were proposed in that lengthy kind of document that went through and changed a bunch of things throughout, there's a lot of clarifications and things that just need to be done just to clarify the process.
Thank you.
But you liked everything else except for the removal of the public hearing on the planning commission. I would recommend that the council make a motion to approve the changes as proposed by staff with the following exceptions. The change to the new 5-4-304 subsection 2 is related to the notice of the public hearing. That was removed. That remains the same. And likewise with 5-4-306 sub 1, there was a change from hearing to meeting. That just reverts back to hearing. With those changes, the public hearing remains the same, but all the other changes in the proposed amendments are implemented.
So basically, you're eliminating the DRC.
Correct?
And notification for that.
Correct.
Okay.
Don't we need to do something with the 10-day notice too, or something like that for?
And the 10-day appeal process.
Yeah, and we're fixing the 10-day appeal process. There's also a minor change. If there's ever a dispute between a developer who submits a plan and there's a dispute between the developer and staff regarding whether it's good or not, we add in a process where the developer can say, we'll send it forward with your comments and we'll let the decision makers handle it. And then just some clarification language throughout.
So if any council member is okay with what Rob just said, you could say so moved.
I'd like to make the motion so moved, because you listed a bunch of sections, that are not on my explanation material. So what I would like to see is we eliminate the DRC process and that we keep public hearings with the Planning Commission and, as appropriate, have one with the City Council. But everything else, I'd limit the appeal process to 10 days. Everything else I'm in agreement with.
Was that an addition for a council hearing as well?
If appropriate.
Do you want to make that part of the code or just something that the council handles? If
The council, at their discretion, decides.
But no code amendment, just council can always decide to handle.
Hey, we'd like to have public hearing.
Okay.
Which they can do now, right?
Yes.
So moved. I second.
So seconded. So motion by Scott, second by Kurt. Stephanie, is that clear as mud? Good. Aaron, we ready to vote? Okay, Brady Brammer just popped in, so thank you for doing that. We will insert him right now for a much-needed break after this vote. Okay? That passes unanimously. All right. Brady, give us a nice break from boring city council stuff. Boring legislative stuff.
I come with the boring legislative stuff. So it's wonderful to be here, and it's great to be back in the room where it happens here. On the legislative side, it always starts with the budget. It looks like this year we will be running about a $450 million surplus from what we projected, which is good news. The problem that we have on that is that we think that about $650 million of that is tied to money that was received in connection with the stimulus. And so what we're doing to deal with that is we can't treat that as ongoing money. We need to treat that portion as one-time money and see what happens in the next fiscal year as well. And if we end up with an additional stimulus package, which they're discussing in the federal Congress, then that will probably throw things off a little bit again as far as how we're going to deal with it. But
so, Brady, you said we had a $450 million surplus.
Yes.
And but we got $650 million in federal stimulus. So absent that, it would have been a $200 million loss, or less than projected.
Yeah, about that. And so it's not that, and just so that we're clear, it's not that the state received tax revenues that were stimulus. The state did receive a stimulus. This is separate from that. This is the tax revenues collected and the portion of that we can attribute to the stimulus.
Okay, so that's money, because we got a stimulus, we got this much more tax.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So that's the good news. I think that there will be some pushes for, we have been running multiple years in a row of surplus. And what that means is that we probably will be looking at a tax cut at some point. Now, how that happens will be interesting. I don't know exactly. There's a few options on the table. For a year like this year, I think it makes a lot of sense to do a rebate, a one-time rebate, as opposed to a tax cut until the revenue projections settle down a little bit. However, other things will be on the table, such as an across-the-board tax cut or a Social Security. The options are basically across-the-board tax cut, Social Security tax cut, veterans that move into the state, their pension tax cut on that. There's various there's lots of different ways and different people that want a tax cut. And so we'll see how that shakes out politically. Personally, I'm generally in favor of an across-the-board rate tax cut. I think that hits the most amount of people. And even though it's smaller from an incremental standpoint, it's a better fiscal policy. The Social Security tax cut is usually, it's very friendly to voters, especially our senior citizen voters, but from a fiscal standpoint, it's not necessarily as beneficial overall to the economy. Most of the senior citizens that are struggling on the tax side are paying not a ton on their taxes anyways. If they're struggling financially, their marginal rate is much lower. So that's one of the issues. And then another issue that we will be addressing is Utah Lake. We're trying to get the final touches on the bill. It's going to be a fairly big, gnarly bill to deal with because there's a lot of issues. And so whether that is a 1 or 2 year project, we'll see as far as the legislation related to that. And what it would largely be is putting Utah Lake into, currently Utah Lake is controlled by the Utah Lake Commission, which is an interlocal agreement among 16 municipalities, and then it is funded by voluntary contributions by those municipalities into the lake. And then the state matches a portion of that. The problem with that is that the Utah Lake Commission doesn't have a big enough shovel to address many of the issues that Utah Lake has. So we've got some significant water mitigation or water quality mitigation issues, and Utah Lake just doesn't have, the Utah Lake Commission doesn't have the shovel to deal with that because that's not the members' primary mission. They're members of city councils and things like that, and this is a voluntary group. Well, it's not, it's kind of voluntary. It's kind of like your city council group is voluntary, but it's not their primary mission, and they don't have the funding to get the bonding needed for the equipment, the dredging equipment and other equipment that is likely to be needed to help fix the lake. Additionally, whenever anyone wants to do something on the lake, there's 23 different public entities that have their toe in the water. And that's very difficult for anyone to deal with. So for example, if Vineyard wanted to put a pier out into the lake, nobody knows who to contact to do that. So you'd start with State Fire and Forestry, then you go to DNR, then you go to Department of Water Quality, and then you go to the Utah Lake Commission, and maybe a little bit to the Army Corps of Engineers, and possibly over to, and then you've got to deal with various water quality entities that are putting water in and making sure that water goes down into other areas of the state. It's a complicated mess, but this would create one entity that deals with all of that. And so similar to the inland port, where it was a state-created entity that has within its borders taxing authority and that has land use authority, this would be around the borders of Utah Lake, possibly some of the land to the south and southwest that is not developed yet would also be included in it. And it would largely be, and it would have authority over the lake bed, not necessarily the shoreline. The shoreline has to stay the same. The Army Corps of Engineers requires that. But the reality is, as we looked out at where we could lift as I chair the Utah County caucus, so all the legislators in Utah County and in the House in Utah County, and then there's a Senate side as well. As we looked out at what the best thing we could do for our county was, it was to stop treating the lake like a liability and turn it into the asset that it really is. And it's a state-owned asset. We went to the Supreme Court to determine that we owned it and that the federal government didn't. And we have a stewardship over it. And so we're going to try to at least create the structure for solutions to come forth. We don't know exactly how much the mitigation will cost. Those range from $2 billion to $6 billion to do the full mitigation. But we do need a structure to start dealing with it. And we're going to try to push as much of the funding onto the state side because it's a state-owned entity, it's a state-owned asset. And it's ridiculous that they're dumping all of that onto the local governments to pay for that when they don't own it.
So you're looking at creating a taxing authority.
It would have taxing authority internally. We've looked at different taxing models, and I think that what we're going to do is just try to create an ongoing appropriation from the state to fund that.
So then you wouldn't need a taxing authority, though, because all the money's coming from the state.
No, it would have taxing authority within its own borders. So if there's land use on the south and southwest area, they would be able to tax just like a municipality for property tax purposes. And then they would have some fee collection ability because it would largely have four goals. The first would be to maintain the water quantity, because the water quantity in a desert state is probably the most core issue. Additionally, the water quantity, if we don't maintain that on the lake, if what we do on the lake changes that water quantity, it has downstream effects on the Jordan River and the Great Salt Lake that are really detrimental. And so the number one objective is to maintain the water quantity, followed by improve the water quality. The third would be to maximize the recreational opportunities on the lake, and the fourth would be to maximize the economic value of the lake. And so as development happens, and part of the reason why we want to cut into the south and southwestern areas, because we see that as an area that has, first of all, it's undeveloped, and it could have some fairly high value in the future as the lake remediation happens for a recreational spot. And I'm just curious, is there a rule on keeping your mask up from here? Okay. I have a mask that is a new one, and it is not cooperating. And so I find myself dealing with the mask more than talking to you. And then I'll put it back on before I head back. In terms of the taxing authority, it would have it within its borders. And because there will be property and there will be revenue generating opportunities on the lake.
So would it encompass, say, all of Lehigh and all of Vineyard, or just the portion of Lehigh and Vineyard that border the lake?
No, it would end at the lake shore there.
Okay. So if it's not even a whole city, it's just proximity to the lake.
Yeah, it's just proximity to the lake. We don't anticipate any of the landowners that are currently in incorporated city to be part of it. And if there are, it's a few small ones that have annexed in, or some,
okay.
and they would be grandfathered in on their current land use and everything that way.
So the current members of the Utah Lake Commission that
many of them would be on the board for this.
Right, that currently contribute, that's going to be dissolved.
That's the goal. We as I've looked at this issue, I started out thinking, how do we properly fund this? And my initial thought was, well, a lot of the lake problems are coming from influent waters. And so if you place a fee on the per million gallons that are coming into the lake related to the special service districts, that seems like a fair way to do it. But then as I was considering it more, it doesn't make any sense to have a state level asset that is, that has that cost. I think that it's time for Utah County to flex its political muscle a little bit and push that back to the state.
Let me just ask a question that's kind of maybe in the specifics. I'm just curious. So you were saying one of the purposes is to protect the quantity of the water in Utah Lake, but in dry years, the cities along the Wasatch Front have water rights. And are they going to mandate that there's so much water that has to go down the American Fork riverbed when we need it for pressurized irrigation? So I'd like to know how all that works out, because I can see where the state says, okay, it's too bad about your water rights and all that stuff. We've got to keep water in that lake.
So the intent on that would be that the status quo remains in terms of quantity. We know that the quantity will move up and down on the weather.
With the weather.
What we're talking about is because the lake's shoreline is controlled by the Army Corps of Engineers, we don't want to touch the federal government on that issue. And what that means is that as we engage in mitigation, that mitigation almost certainly involves dredging part of the lake out, and that changes the water level. And so what we would do with that dredge is you do create islands, or you do create, structures within the lake, and that can create a property tax base as you do that. Not all of it would be that way, but even if we don't create a habitable island, there's still a potential for,
Recreation.
There's still potential for reclamation or things along those lines. But that changes the water. Utah Lake is shallow and has 100,000 square acres. And to put that in perspective, Lake Powell is 150,000 square acres of surface area. Utah Lake is enormous. And we don't realize how huge it is. And occasionally we look up when we're up on a high spot and we see this enormous lake. But the rest of the time we forget about it because no one's really using it, at least not to the extent that they could. And if you change that surface area, the evaporation impact can be quite substantial on the water quantity. We're still looking at how to, could we capture that water for the Utah Lake Authority for its development? When we have an evaporation savings because of this process, because we've decreased the surface area but increased the depth, we're going to have a little bit more water ideally. But ultimately, part of the reason why we say the water quantity would remain as is just to say we want the status quo to remain. All the upstream people use water as you would. All the downstream people, we want to make sure that you continue to get the same water that you're getting. The lake will fluctuate on the level a little bit, just like it always has. But in the meantime, we're going to be taking steps to what we do needs to keep the status quo. That's the number one thing because we know that's going to be a big issue. And if we didn't keep the status quo, I think that there'd be a lot of angry people, opposing it. So Utah Lake's a big issue. We do have one issue that I don't know how much Highland will love this. Rod and I have talked quite a bit about it, but the road fee issue.
Yes.
It's the subject of a lawsuit, and although the League of Cities and Towns feels really good about their chances, they lost at trial and they're on appeal, and they're likely to lose. Okay, and I can give you this is my area. Those are the statistics. They're likely to lose. And based on my reading of the opinions, I still think they're likely to lose. And what I'm worried about is the repercussions on what happens if Pleasant Grove loses to cities like Highland. So what happens to the funds? How do you deal with that? Do you have to return the funds that have been collected on a road fee? Is there a challenge process? What do you do with all of that? And so I am running a piece of legislation that basically says, look, it defines what a fee is. And it basically, there was an opinion from Auditor Dougal that had some great language that was, I'm not going to get the language exactly right that's in the statute, but in the proposed statute, but it would basically say that it needs to be proportionate to the use. That the fee is something that somebody could avoid if they chose not to use it. That's largely what a fee is. Versus a generalized tax, which is whether it's proportional or not, we charge a tax. So even if you're not, the difference would be on you could choose not to have trash collection. And a citizen could choose to do that. But they have 2 cans out. If you have 2 cans, then you put your 2 cans out, you get charged for 2 cans. So it's proportional to your use. They have to go and generally proportional. It doesn't have to necessarily be exact. Part of the reason why we're doing it is we also want to add in some provisions on how the money that's currently in the road fee collections, which is impacting about 20 different cities, how that's going to be dealt with. We don't want that to be an issue of panic or an issue that puts a city's budget just out of whack, that there's not a clear-cut guide to what's going to happen with those funds. So, for example, if we were to say, look, we're interpreting the statute this way, which would be largely in line with the way the court interpreted it, and then say, if you have this, then we're going to do a period of 18 months or so for you to, change your policy. You can continue to collect those fees in the meantime. You can spend the money that comes into that. Once it does change, then those funds that are currently in a separate account, we're going to be trusting the city councils to use those funds as they were intended, but it's going to go into your general, operating account. Different cities call it different things. But,
So, Brady, this brings up a concern I have is, as Highland City, I haven't, don't look at the other 19 cities maybe that have this fee.
Yeah.
As a representation of Highland City residents, we went through a process. It appears you guys are trying to find a way to do away with the fee where the legislators could go the opposite way and make it legal. You could say, hey, fees for roads are legal. We could have legislation that goes that way. The reason why I bring this is I attended 3 of the open houses that the city did when they were discussing property tax or fee, and it was very obvious that the residents wanted to have the reason the fee fit for them is that went in a specific account. It was equal amongst all homes, because some homes that maybe, let's assume, were 400,000 have the same amount of cars as someone that has $1 million home. It was an equal fee versus someone who has $1 million home, they're going to be paying the disproportionate. And so it was something where they took a lot of input from residents, and then we put we grandfathered where it would sunset at a certain time, so it doesn't keep going on. And yet what I'm hearing is you're supporting trying to do away with our fee, which we kind of try to seek from the residents. And to be honest, it's a little alarming, because I feel like I have my representative fighting me the other way, where the city's kind of going down this path instead of saying, hey, I'm going to try to represent the residents. And that's kind of direct.
What you passed was a tax, even though you called it a fee. And it's because you made it equal that made it a tax. And that's what the court found. And that may not be something you want, and it may be something that was popular, but I can tell you that politically, there's no way to get what you're wanting done in the legislature. And the reason for that is unless you get the Taxpayers Association to flip on that, you're not going to be able to get a Republican with a fiscal record to support that in any way. And that may be a difficult, hard political stance, but...
So help me out. I think those who run the council that passed it are very financially, physically responsible too, and Republican. And so I'm going, when I hear, and I'm just kind of ready to get pushed back and going, I don't believe that. I believe, well, it was grandfathered in. We felt it was going to be more equally shared amongst. I didn't vote on it. I only showed up to meetings. I was on the council when it came about. But I'm just trying to say.
Well, I'll put it this way. What you're saying would all be fine, but you already have a court ruling that once that gets upheld on appeal, you're going to have a court saying this is not a fee, it's a tax. Okay, and that's not what you want to hear, but I'm not here to tell you exactly what you want to hear. That's the reality of it. And then there's an entire world of uncertainty as to how to deal with tax money collected under the auspices of being a fee, and whether or not it needs to be returned to the citizens, and what the process is for that. And in order to get a compromise on creating an orderly process for that, and in order to create a scheme whereby cities are not put into a lurch on what they did operating under what they felt was appropriate, but what a court has now found was not appropriate, there's going to be some trade-offs. So in order to create that order after, now you can say I want the legislature to go and change it to say that what we did was fine, and they could change that, but I'm telling you politically it's not going to. I can't get that done, and it's not going to be supported. It's the same reason why every city and every county
for as long as I can remember, has said, we want a cost of living adjustment so that we don't have to go through truth and taxation. And no legislator in their right mind has ever brought it up because they know they're just going to get pummeled on that tax issue.
Hey,
And, yeah.
Brady, can I ask, it's so hard to know where your voices are coming from. Brittany.
It's Brittany.
Nice to see you.
You can't see their mouths, that's the problem.
I know, it's totally like trippy.
I'll pretend I'm talking now. Okay, go.
Hey, just so I have context for while you're explaining all of this, can you tell us if this has the potential to apply to our public safety fee or our open space fee as well, just so I can think about it the right way?
Here's the thing that you're running into. Cities, rather than going through truth and taxation, have been taking an end run around it to go through fees and to call what are actually taxes fees. And enough of them have done it that, I don't think the cities were trying to do that. They were saying this is an alternate means, and it's now been found that it's not. And whether we do it by legislation to create a scheme where there's some time to get, to correct that course, or whether the court does it for you and then there's a lot of chaos and confusion as to how to deal with it, is really what I view as the issue. Now, the League of Cities and Towns is going to have, they believe that their appeal is going to prevail. And, maybe they're right, appeals do prevail. But, it's on about so when there's a trial court decision, and someone appeals, they are the appellant. The appellant only gets a partial overturn of what they are appealing from in about 25% of the cases. And they only get a full overturn in about 5% of the cases. And in this case, the statute and the precedent and the other states that are interpreting it and the way that the state auditor has interpreted it in the past prior to this all kind of work against what's going on. Now, the Pleasant Grove case had some areas that were pretty good. Some parts, it wasn't a complete loss. But on that key issue, it was. And so I'm really only addressing that.
But help me just, because this has been important, as you talked about City Council, what you're saying is we're going to be raising taxes if we lose the public safety fee, we lose our road fee, we lose the open space. We're not just talking doubling taxes. We're not just talking 500%. We're talking a huge increase. Now, I understand they're already paying it, if you want to say, as a fee, and we're transferring it. Yeah. But that's a little bit why you're seeing me some pushing on, when we're heading into some public, if you want to say, beatings, we're heading into them.
Yeah, and I will tell you that truth and taxation is the least popular thing at the city and county level and the most popular thing at the legislative level. And part of the reason that is because every single fiscal expert that has ever come to our state has said, part of the reason why your state is run so well and that everything works well is this truth and taxation system that you have. And
which we all circumvent.
And yeah, which you all circumvent. Yeah, but there is a harsh political. There's good policy, and then there's politics that you have to deal with as well. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to pretend like we can always ignore the politics. There's some politics on this, and the war as to whether you could do it or not was likely lost in that lawsuit. The war over whether you can get something out of it to at least soften the pain that comes as a result is the one that I'm trying to take on. Now, the league may disagree with that in terms of what they believe they can win or not, and that's fine.
I've been listening to the league. I've been jumping into some of their meetings, and the last meeting they says, hey, on the road, we're going to go ahead and maybe wait for the court ruling. We're going to try to. I thought they were doing it legislatively. I think when we were talking, Mayor, this last summer, we thought there might be a bill passed coming forward to help out the cities that had these type of fees. Now, we don't, and I understand our fee might be a little bit different from Pleasant Grove, where they're charging certain higher fees to, if it's, commercial, there's a tad bit different. But I can recognize what you're saying about these fees. And I mean, I can also get flippant on, it might be nice to at least have an 18-month warning if the courts, and I do agree, if the one court's ruled, you do have there is a likelihood you're not going to, but it also depends. I don't know why the league is being so optimistic at this time. They seem a little more optimistic about winning it.
Yeah, and I don't know what,
I'm not sure that they're optimistic about winning.
I can tell you, they told me the facts of the case before they went to trial, and I said, and I told them how the case was going to come out, and I did it, just understanding the legal principles on it. It wasn't like I had to dig deep into how the case was going to come out. It's fairly intuitive from a legal perspective, is what I would say. And I don't want to, I've lost cases before and I've been wrong before, so I'm not going to claim that that's right, but I can say that when you think about the difference between a fee and a tax in your life, a tax is more the idea that it's just something I got to do. A fee is something that I can scale proportionately to my use or not, or it's a one-time thing, but in that one time, there's the ability to not participate.
So you mentioned, so Brittany asked a question about public safety, and the second one about open space, and each one of those do operate different than the transportation fee, the public safety, and even our open space, they almost be categorized a little differently from what we've been able to hear from our attorney in that.
It's not that those couldn't be collected as fees. You may be able to still collect them as fees, but they would need to have at least a level of proportionality in order to do so. And so proportionality to use.
Would it be could you put that part of the bill to protect, if we're going to lose the road fee, they're saying, hey, could we put it on the bill and protect our public safety? And
if we lose the road fee, I guess the question I have is, does that automatically mean we lose the other two, or do those have to be separately adjudicated?
It would likely lead that direction.
So someone would file a claim.
It might take some time, but it would lead that direction. However, it doesn't mean necessarily that you're going to lose the roads fee. You may have to change how you calculate it and how you assess it. That's another possibility of what you could do.
I don't see that we have the information as a city to collect proportional road fees. You could say it's a representation of the frontage.
And that's what Auditor Dougal has talked about. I don't know
that's a poor, if you live on a corner lot, and you have any more cars than someone that doesn't.
Well, and here's the problem. There are some goods in government that are meant to be funded by the general tax. So, for example, your public safety fee, you're not going to be able to say you were arrested more, and so therefore you're going to pay, or you called 911 more, so therefore you pay more of the fee. That's not really feasible. You could try it, but I don't know that it would work very well.
No.
And so it's something that is a generalized tax. People's access to city council, and so the cost of building this building and other areas, you share generally. And you typically, you want people to be here, so you're not going to do it proportionally to keep, otherwise they stay away. Same with the library, same with other city services. And so, there are things that are meant to be that way. Fees are meant to be, hey, you have a power bill, you used more, you left your, all your lights on, and so you paid more money on your power bill.
Or you take more water or something.
Or you take more water, and it's meant to scale, and it's meant to be something that you could avoid if you chose not to engage in that service.
So I understand that. The Constitution does give the legislature power to define a tax. So you could create a tax theoretically that functions like the fee.
I agree we could.
You're just saying it's politically
in theory, but politically, I can tell you that it would be really, really, really difficult.
But if the UTA got behind it, you're saying it's possible.
If who?
The Utah Tax Association.
I mean, maybe, but my...
You said because they would oppose it, it's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, it's not just them, but that would probably be the tip of the spear on, you know, on the lobbying groups on one side or the other.
So do you have co-sponsors in the Senate for your bill?
Yeah. I haven't chosen which ones or anything like that, but we're trying to work out some of the final details on making sure that, you know, that there's a softer landing, you know, that kind of thing. So, yeah.
There will be a landing at some time.
I can see wisdom in creating a soft landing, to be truthful.
Yeah, I know this is not something that's fun to talk about, but it's one of the harder issues out there.
Well, and Brady, I appreciate you coming. I look forward to it. I should have reached out to you earlier. I wasn't, this is what's been on my mind, the fear of what happens with our transportation tax. You know, what happens there? How can it work through? And once we start hearing about Pleasant Grove's case, you know, we've talked to our attorney several times, we've talked in council. I mean, so I appreciate you coming to share how you see this all coming together. And
I don't want our city to be left in a lurch. In my mind, it's already gone down a path that's far enough that our city will be hurt if we don't intervene before it gets to the end of that road. And I don't want that to happen.
What would be your best advice to us then with regards to the public safety fee and the road fee? Would your best advice be to wait it out for a couple
It should
years?
probably be put into a general tax.
Like timing-wise, though?
Start the process. Because there's a decent chance that you end up with a referendum of some sort. Or you say, look, we're charging this in fees. This is to replace the fee with a property tax. And we know that that's not ideal, but blame the legislature like crazy.
And then if we're blaming...
Because everybody else does. We're used to it.
If we're already blaming you, which we will, then does that seem like a time that would be advantageous if we thought we were going to need a property tax increase at some time anyway to pay for other things? Do you think that's advantageous to do it at once and go through the process one time?
I mean, the less times you have to go through truth and taxation, usually the better. But I will say this, do not wait more than 5 to 7 years for adjustments for inflation.
Right.
You know, it's bad fiscal policy. And part of the hard thing about your job, and of any elected official job, is you've got to stand up and do the hard things, and truth and taxation is one of them. And
I personally that's me, I don't view it that way. It just means you have to, we did the road fee very transparently, very publicly. You know, it went down twice, and then the third time it worked. I just think you have to have your ducks in a row.
And I would be open to things like putting an expiration on a tax. You know, one of the things I don't like about the property tax is that you can't say, you know, this has an expiration.
That was one of the things people liked about the fee.
And we have an expiration on our road fee.
Yeah, which is, I think that's way better, especially if you say, look, we're raising our taxes to pay for this specific thing. Now, you have to still trust in your, future city councils to follow that advice. But, you know, and you guys could probably still do some level of earmarking yourselves to try to bind them
we can,
in the future.
because you've already provided that. Is it possible that expiration or sunset clausability could be part of this, or is that another fight?
I need to look at how the code is set up. If it is possible, I'm really open to doing that, because I think that makes sense for larger capital projects or larger maintenance projects that have had deferred maintenance for quite a while, where you're hoping to get it up to a level and then have a lower cost to maintain thereafter.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense. And I think that people will get that. You know, and everyone likes an expiration on. I mean, part of the big deal that I've seen with, to do an analogy, we're going to be going through this post-COVID world soon, hopefully.
Hopefully.
And as the vaccine rolls out, we'll start to see a lot of the numbers
first it'll be ICUs that decline because they're going to high, high-risk people. But there's going to be an inertia and a resistance to removing some of the regulations and the precautions that have been taken. And it will take longer than maybe it should because of that inertia. And it's nice to have an automatic expiration of those types of regulations and like this in taxes so that it forces people to decide whether it's worth it to re-up or whether you think you can get by. Because otherwise, the political hard thing to do is to stand up and say, we want this to continue. The easier thing to do is to let it expire of its own accord. And for taxes, I think that's worthwhile. And that's not a bad thing to add in.
That's one of the hard things. I think the reason why some like the fee, we put it in a specific account, they could track exactly what it was.
Yeah.
We had the sunset clause. I mean, I think that's a little bit why there's a little bit more buy-in. They thought there's more transparency, where if it comes in just as a straight tax, like you're saying, hey, it can kind of keep slipping on for years. It kind of can slip with the general fund into other things, and I think that's been some of the concern.
Well, and I don't know if you guys have felt this, but sometimes people don't trust elected officials. And
Really?
yeah,
I'm
I
shocked.
know it's amazing. But the nice thing about a fee is you feel like, well, that's segregated and it's going to go to that. I'm willing to pay for that. And that's, whereas when it's a generalized tax, it's much harder for people to feel that way. And I understand that. This is one of the strange tensions between local and state. It just is. And it's not it's a tough issue. It's not really a partisan issue, it's a level of government issue between the different levels.
Can I ask you one more quick question?
Sure.
Because it's too far to walk across the street and have a conversation. And I appreciate this. I mean, I think it's inevitable. I mean, I think we've kind of felt like it was inevitable. What kind of COVID-sponsored legislation are you thinking about as far as the way that everything was managed and the way decisions were made at various levels of government? I know it's something you've thought about.
Yeah, so I actually put a lot of time into that one. I don't know how long you guys want to go, but I will say this: a lot of that is still in flux. There's still a lot of negotiations happening, but I'll give you some of the general principles that we're looking at. That inertia is a big problem. The inertia of orders and a couple of principles are. It's one thing to deal with an acute, active health crisis of sick people. And that appears, everyone seems to agree that falls within the health department. Now it's another thing to deal with prevention of sickness within a healthy population. And that has a broader scale because you're not just dealing with health issues. You're dealing with a conglomerate of, the three primary, but there's quite a few others, would be health, economic, and educational, that you're dealing with in a pretty big way. And the health department is not fully prepared to deal with those, with that breadth of issues, and to balance those interests. And so, in terms of principles of what we're looking at is, when you're dealing with the healthy population, while in an emergency, an executive or an administrative agency could take some immediate action to help that, because oftentimes you need an immediate response. That action would expire of its own accord unless it was ratified by the legislative body for the political subdivision. So for example, let's say that the health department had a concern about a COVID outbreak in Highland. And they came and they said, you're at an extreme hotspot risk. So we're going to be doing a shelter-in-place order for the city of Highland. And that would have a fairly short fuse that they could do that. And then this council would need to ratify whether that is justified or not, with an understanding of the broader consequences on Highland, its residents, and those around them. Now, their authority to do that would still be subject to a demonstrated need, and it would need to be tailored to that need. So they would need to be able to justify in their order that it was, if it dealt with fundamental rights, meaning largely constitutional rights, it would need to be they would need to show that it involves a compelling governmental interest and that it is narrowly tailored to that interest. If it involves other rights, then it would need to be more than just a low standard of what is called a rational basis. It would be an intermediate standard that they have to show that there is a need and that this that the regulation that is being proposed has a likelihood of addressing that need, or and so. But then thereafter, the legislative body would have to ratify that decision to keep it in place, and that would still be self-expiring, and they'd have to keep doing that, until it no longer made sense to do it.
So kind of a rational basis test along the same lines of what we use when we're talking about the First Amendment and freedom of religion. Like you have to have there are levels of. Yeah, so on a constitutional level, when the government does something, it's usually analyzed under one of three standards. Rational basis is the lowest, and that's the idea that if the courts can imagine a scenario where a legislative body or an administrative body found that the state action was justified, then it is upheld. Okay, so that's the lowest standard rational basis. We don't think that that's necessarily appropriate given what's going on. An intermediate scrutiny or heightened scrutiny standard is, and I may be getting some of the exact language wrong, but you're getting the gist of it. It's that it has to be related, there has to be a government interest, and the solution has to be related to, addressing that interest. And then the strict scrutiny standard is that the governmental interest is compelling and that it is narrowly tailored to meet that interest. And the strict scrutiny standard is what you have when, for example, you've probably seen that a lot of the religious restrictions have been struck down. Most of those have been under a strict scrutiny standard. Most racial issues involving racial discrimination and things like that, the government can't take racialized action unless it meets the strict scrutiny standard, and it is rarely upheld in court. And oftentimes when lawyers are arguing about it, they're not arguing about the facts of the case. They're arguing about whether the law should apply, which of these three standards the law should apply, with one side saying it should be strict scrutiny because they know if they have that, then they win, and the other saying it should be rational basis because if they have that, then they win. So,
Brady, in this next minute or two before we conclude, is there certain things you think as a council that you see come up to legislators that we need to make? I mean, you brought up some items you need to be aware of, but is there some, hey, make sure you guys are watching the following processes go through?
I would say, I think that I don't have a list of the bills that are coming up. Everyone kind of keeps those to themselves, and there's a few things that I don't know what's there. There's a lot in our criminal justice code that they're looking at. I think, there were, at one point, 70 bills related to criminal justice issues, and I think that's ballooned up to almost 300. And there will be about 1,000 bills filed. Those will get winnowed down to somewhere between 500 and 600, most likely, by the end of the session. Although things may move a little more slowly than usual this year, so we may not get through, we may only end up addressing 300 to 400 bills. If technology does what I think it will do in terms of slowing us down, because some of it is remote and that kind of changes things. So I think in the criminal justice side, keep an eye on that. That will be an interesting world in that.
Anything with water?
I haven't seen a lot with water. There's always a few things, but I'm not on those water committees as much, and so I don't really have my ear to the ground on those.
And then zoning, I know there's a lot of push to
There will be some...
restrict or limit city's ability to limit development.
I'm always fighting an uphill battle for our area to allow us to keep a lower density. That's not very popular. They're always talking about a housing crisis, and I'm always saying, my area does not want more development in it. That's not serving my constituents. And so I'm always kind of fighting an uphill battle on that. I'm sure that Senator Kennedy will be joining me in that battle. And it's not necessarily the idea of we want low density or we want high density. It's we want cities to be able to choose their density.
Yes.
That's why people move there, and there's a sovereignty that I believe needs to be respected on that. I do see some of the cities have gotten a little bit aggressive on choosing exactly how each house looks in terms of feel and elevation. I don't know that that's been as much of an issue here, but they want to choose the colors for everyone's house.
Sounds like an HOA.
What's that?
Sounds like an HOA.
It sounds like an HOA, and that's not really what we want cities to do. And so I think that, I believe that someone's running some legislation that kind of just says, look, cities do zoning, and homeowners choose how their house looks within the zoning of the city.
So kind of a follow-up, how do you feel that the Highland cities perceived up there? I mean, there was a meeting me and the mayor had, 2.5 years ago, we were called elitists since we were from Highland. Some of it dealt with the zoning. I think we've been somewhat flexible. As you see the townhomes around here, we've tried to look to see what areas, like when you talk about zoning. What do you feel what are you hearing from up there, the legislators from the state, when you hear the name Highland, what are they saying?
I don't know that there's always a few, I'll start out by saying this. Every year I receive the demographic information for my district in comparison to every other district in the state. This district is the highest income district, and it's not close. And that creates some animosity no matter what happens. Okay? So I don't know that it's tied to Highland. Sometimes there's just kind of envy. And we're not dealing with some of the problems that other districts are dealing with, not in the same way. When I had a conversation with one of the Democrat representatives from Salt Lake County, and we actually, all of us really get along. There's not as much partisanship up there as you might think. But she was really having a problem with the riots happening in her district and with COVID outbreaks, multiple COVID outbreaks happening right then. And she said, this has been devastating for my district. And she said, well, how's your district? And I kind of hemmed and hawed. She said, no, really, how's your district? I said, well, and I think to this point, at that point, there had been 25 COVID infections, and she had 450 in her district, which at that point seemed really high, and it was the highest in the state, and we had the lowest in the state. And I said, well, for a good portion of my district, they're down in their personal shooting range, and they're well prepared, and they're doing fine. We got a pretty well prepared district, and they're pretty self-sufficient, and they've got their ducks in a row, but we're doing fine. And I think that sometimes it's easy for some outside of our district to understand how much our district contributes to the state, that they forget that. And I think it's easy for those within our district to forget that there are problems far greater in the state than what most of our district is dealing with. We have them here. They're not, we're not insulated from all problems, but you inject enough money into a district and there's not, that can help with a lot of the problems that are there. And, we're pretty fortunate in the district generally. And I think that, being fortunate kind of, there's an anti-Utah County bias generally, and Alpine and Highland are the flagship of that, anti-Utah County bias in some ways. I don't think that we can get away from that.
I think that spills over a lot into the schools, doesn't it? I think Alpine School District has a reputation as well.
Kind of. Alpine School District gets, the rest of the school districts gang up against Alpine and Davis, generally. And it's because they're large and they carry a lot of weight with them. And so I do think you're right to some degree. But I think it's more related to size and just the pure number of students as well. Although, the Utah County bias kind of goes there too. And Lone Peak performing well and beating everyone and everything doesn't really help with that perception, but I'll take the wins before I hope that's not too frank, but that's probably what I would say on the answer.
Any other questions? Thank you, Brady, for coming. I appreciate you taking the time.
Sorry it took so long.
Well, thank you for.
That was our fault, not yours.
Okay, thanks everyone.
Thank you very much.
All right. Back to the mundane. Public hearing, ordinance 2021-03, text amendment, permitted uses in residential zones.
Okay, so do you want to just,
Yeah, it's going to give me a minute though, so go ahead.
this is similar to what we talked about before, although a bit different. But based on that information, if the council would, with those concerns, if you just want to proceed and not hear this, we're fine with that. But the general idea here is to change public buildings and parks from a conditional use to a permitted use in the residential districts. What this does is not require a conditional use permit. As you know, we've had some issues with salt building, with park maintenance building, with parks, with others that trying to process those and get needed public facilities built. This doesn't mean that we would not do public improvements, public participation. We would do open houses. For example, the two things that we think of, for example, is Spring Creek Park. We had multiple public meetings and design process for roads, where we bring residents in, they come in, they look at the projects, they provide their input, and they we do what we need to do to accommodate everything that we can. But again, we're having a conversation from, we need this facility, this is where it goes. Because the council had, if we take the salt building or the park maintenance building, we've had a number of conversations on agendas and things like that where people can participate in that process. If you remember, like the salt building, we had one group of residents say, don't put it here, put it next to these residents. And these residents saying, don't put it here, put it next to those residents. And so it really puts us at a disadvantage. We've had appeals filed on decisions that the council has made regarding public buildings. So our proposed process would be to have the council meetings like we normally do to discuss our need, location, the design, et cetera. do a notice that the planning commission asked, hey, we're going to do this. We take a step further. Todd is great at talking to residents about what's coming, what can we do. We would do an open house. We talked to the council about what's the appropriate way to handle a specific project. We would be, quite frankly, out of our mind to do something and not talk to adjacent neighbors. But sometimes you have to move quickly with wells and stuff like that. We're going to talk about that a little later tonight, but where we have to do a public facility and we have to move. And then we'd come back and get the council approval to proceed. So the public input and all that would still happen, and we'd have those specific meetings with those adjacent in a process to solicit that with them and meet with the adjacent owners to do that. So that would be our proposal for this.
So a quick additional comment is, if you remember, and I don't know if everyone here heard, but we had some meetings with the state lands ombudsman with the planning commission, and we've met with them separately, and one of their recommendations to cities is that if you have a use that's allowed, make it allowed. Don't do conditional, because conditional, it just creates problems. That's coming from the state's lands ombudsman, whose job it is to defend the rights of landowners. And this one was biased that way, but his view was, if it's an allowed use, just make it allowed use. Don't make it conditional, because that just creates problems. It goes back to the expectations thing. Because when I've heard conditional use, to me, without knowledge of being in the process, it meant, oh, it's optional, right? So the city can decide whether they want to or not, and that's not the case, because state law in Utah is biased to an extreme towards allowing uses.
So we're changing the definition of these items, the public buildings and parks, from being a conditional to a permitted use.
Right.
But it doesn't sound like we're changing the process a lot, because we're still going to have open houses, we're still going to seek feedback and different things.
The process is it wouldn't go to planning commission, basically.
Okay.
Wouldn't do a formal public hearing or anything like that.
But we'd still notify people and discuss. I mean,
let's take Mountain Ridge Park, right?
Yeah.
So next month or so, we're going to have a discussion about that. Never in my expectation, or anybody else's, would we start a park without notifying or talking to people. That would be kind of crazy. So my expectation would be, hey, this is where we are, this is where we're going. Council signs off on that. We hold an open house. Hey, everybody, this is where we're going and this is what we're doing. And they come in and get excited about it. And then we start bidding and all that kind of stuff, and then it goes through the process. So to do that. If you remember Spring Creek, we'd done all that, right? And then all of a sudden we had to stop, and then we go and hold public hearings before Planning Commission and then before City Council. And where we had already gotten all that input, and then we had to do it again, it just delayed what we could do.
So you'd eliminate the public hearings.
Yes.
So we'd have an open house on things that affect many, many citizens in the city.
Right. For example, we have talked about a possibility of the park maintenance building, right? Possibly being located next to the old City Hall. We've already had one conversation with a adjacent owner. We're planning on a couple others. And then we could, if the council wanted, we could do an open house with the other owners, with other people in that area to talk specifically about that.
And once that's done, we
And that's done,
finalize the plan,
finalize the plan, and we're off and
Then
running.
it goes to council.
But right now, you don't really have to have the meetings with the neighbors, do you? I mean, are you saying that's part of the process?
Right now, we do. We do it twice. So right now, we do it twice.
Right, in
Okay?
planning and city council is what you're saying.
No. Can you go back one, Aaron? Okay, never mind, it's there. Sorry, go back to current. My bad. So right now, we are doing all the meetings about the need, the location. We'll do open houses, we'll go meet with neighbors, and then council will say, go. And then we'll go do a public hearing with the planning commission, and then come back with council.
Is this part of our code to have open houses and the?
No.
That's what I'm saying. I guess one of the questions I had, so I understand we've done that
Yes.
as a process, but that's not in the code. We're electing as a city council to go ahead and do that, or, from the recommendation of the staff.
Yes.
But if there's a city council that desires not to do that, hey, I want to put the maintenance building in that corner of Mountain Ridge Park, they don't even have to hold a public hearing. It's a permitted use, they can go ahead and approve it with this, right?
Yeah.
So where would the public input be with that process?
If this change was made, there would not, and a council chose to do that, then it'd be silly, but there would be that requirement for that public.
Well, right now, there has to be public hearing at just planning commission and city council, or just planning commission?
Just planning commission, just like a normal conditional use permit.
So, and again, because it's a conditional use, you can't say no to it unless there are specific things that can't be mitigated.
So right now, it is a conditional, it's going to be a permitted use, so it's permitted
Yes.
in that
You want
zone.
to move it
It's
from
like
conditional to
building a
permitted.
Think of it like, one way to think of it is like Burt Brothers. Okay, when we did the expansion to the lube facility, right, we went through a conditional use permit process. The question is, what did we gain by doing that? It's a commercial zone, it's use that in Utah, we're saying conditional uses are uses that we want, right? So we wanted that. What did we gain by a conditional use permit process? So what are we gaining by holding a formal hearing when we're already doing open houses and all that kind of stuff?
Also just wanted to point out, the city is giving itself a permit to do something.
Yes.
It's an odd statement where the city is applying to the city, for the city to
Yes.
grant itself a conditional use permit for a city project. Not only is the standard already that you generally have to approve a conditional use permit, the city has to grant itself a conditional use permit through this process, and there's nothing, the city isn't going to deny its own application.
Okay, in a
There's
permitted
a
use,
feedback process, so.
in a permitted use, is there a neighborhood meeting? I mean, to me, if we made a requirement of a public building, at least have a neighborhood meeting, which is your public open house, then I'd probably be okay with the process not being there, as long as there is, where they can ask questions. And it's hard because I recognize the council currently, I mean, in the past, they were pretty good about having open houses, but I just want to make sure there's an opportunity if the residents want to come look, see, give input. That's really my concern.
Well, and I think it's critical for the parks.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
So let's go to that scenario where you have a council that is not communicative, that is secretive. That council of one wouldn't last very long, but aside from that, let's say that we had one like that, and it was conditional use. Do you think they would apply for it and then deny it? So what value do we gain by having a conditional use when there's a bad council?
This one kind of makes sense to me. Just watching Todd and Nathan go through everything with the maintenance building and with the salt. What's up? Todd just left. What's up with the blue salt? It's so weird.
Actually, it's a change we made because it has a de-icer in it. And so we're trying it.
I'm so happy that I asked that question right now.
But you can explain it better than I can.
And I'd wondered for a long time, but I just seeing the struggle, he's right, nobody wants it, nobody wants this out by them, nobody wants the park storage unit. And at some point, mean, it has to happen.
So let's talk about park maintenance, because nobody's on the council, so I'm not going to offend anybody. So we went through probably 4 months of, let's put it here, no, let's put it here, no, let's put it here, but no, let's put it here. You remember this one? Yes. Okay, so you can throw darts at me later. And then we finally decided this corner over here, right?
Yes.
And so we go in, council says go. We go in and we get plans prepared, we do all this, we start the conditional use process. This neighborhood comes unglued. Oh no, we can't put it there. So we just went through 6-8 months of time, expense, everything. Oh, no, we can't do that, we got to move it.
Which would have happened with the conditional use.
Right,
Would
so
have
then
been pushed back.
we move it to Mountain Ridge. Oh no, we can't have it there.
No, we approved Mountain Ridge.
No, we did, right, but the neighborhood was like, no, we can't have it there.
So they appealed and lost.
Yes.
And then the irony of the whole thing is we're going to put it somewhere else in the end.
Yeah, right, so, so now we're back to one of the other stuff we're talking about, so.
And the one that would be our chief protagonist is very much in favor of it.
Yeah, so, it's just, it's like the salt building, I mean, we can't have it there.
Well, I guess my feeling is as long as we can have an open house and meetings with people, I can support this change, from
we can
changing it
add
from
a-
conditional to permitted use.
To that, we can say courtesy notice and open house.
Yes.
I agree with you, Scott. I think that's acceptable.
I'm fine with that too.
Okay, is there are we ready for, no, public hearing before we do anything else. Public hearing open. If there's anybody here that would like to comment on this issue, please do so. And Aaron, can you check if anybody online is interested
So
in
if
commenting?
that we still do have some online participants, if you would like to comment, please raise your hand and I'll unmute you.
And we need to give them awards for staying past 10, so.
This is the most people we've had for a while, and yeah.
And those who are attending, I have great popsicles for you if you want before you leave.
Nobody is raising their hand online, Mayor.
Okay. All right, so public hearing closed. Now, council, is there no discussion or a motion?
I'll make the motion, but do you think we need to wait for Tim to come back? I'm sure he went to the restroom.
He was abducted by aliens.
I saw he went to the restroom, then he had the phone to his ear, so.
Oh, so it's my phone.
Hygiene.
I'll make the motion.
So make the motion.
Okay. I move that the City Council accept the findings and approve ordinance 2021-03, a request to amend the Highland City Development Code allowing parks and public buildings as permitted uses in residential zones, with the stipulation that we have open houses and notifications to the neighbors so that we can have public input.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. We have a quorum present, so we can vote on it. And if it's tied, then we'll wait for Tim to come back.
Sorry, my phone just went nuts. Gosh. That's Tim.
Okay. That passes 4-0. 4-0. Okay, so next item, number 8, preliminary plat, Beacon Hills, the Highlands Plat E, phases 1 and 2. Kelly.
All right, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So Perry Homes is requesting a preliminary plat approval of, like Mayor said, Beacon Hills Plat E, phases 1 and 2. This is a vicinity map. It is both of those parcels as part of the preliminary plat. A little bit of background. Original preliminary plat approval was given in 2002, and a development agreement was made in 2003. Part of this development agreement included Plat E, which approved this land to have 35 single-family residential lots, and the smallest lot was 11,816 square feet, and the max was 23,034. And again, preliminary plat is not a discretionary process, it is administrative. And because there is a development agreement that was signed by the city with the developer or property owner is entitled to develop according to these standards that were previously agreed upon.
Is this the plat where, is it this one or this?
This is the one that was in the development agreement back in 2003.
Okay.
Yes. This is also part of the development agreement. This was the overall master plan, and that in that red box was just Plat E.
Which is the last part of the
Beacon Hills. Yeah.
Yes. This is Plat E Phase 1. It includes 22.539 acres, and there are a total of 35 lots, so the same as was originally agreed upon. There was an increase in lot size to 12,432, ranging to 23,049. And this is it is zoned R140 with the open space overlay, allowing for those smaller lots. And then the accesses are from those two accesses on the east lead out to North Beacon Hill Boulevard, and then on the western side where it goes south, it leads into Cypress Drive, and then in Phase 2 you'll see right there is the connection that goes up to Sutherland Drive.
When does Phase 2 happen?
We'll talk about that in a second.
Okay.
Okay. And then you have those planned future accesses, the 6110 West and then 6070 West as well. And then in Phase 2, you have those two large chunks of space that they're dedicating to Highland City, and then there's a small parcel on the north side. And then also in Phase 1, that section, Parcel A, is planned to be a detention pond just for drainage.
Is that detention pond grassed with the landscaping, or is it just native?
The plans as of right now is like cobblestone, if I'm right.
It's a xeriscape.
Yes, cobblestone. Rock mulch is what Todd just said.
Mulch. Don't know.
Fancy word for a truck full of rock.
Citizen participation, we held the DRC meeting that we spoke of earlier. I guess we had 10 residents that attended. Most of the concerns were about the elevation increase on the southern side, and then also increased traffic going down to, I believe it's Ridgeline Elementary that's down there. The appropriate notices were done for Planning Commission, and we held that public hearing at Planning Commission on December 8th. Residents' comments and questions were regarding the connectivity, drainage, open space, just questioning how it was going to be used, what materials were going to be used, and also the proposed trail. There was one resident that was disapproving of us having an asphalt trail be put in when it's not going to anywhere on the south. The trail on the south is in our master plan, we just haven't had the funds to put it in yet. And the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this preliminary plat. And we as staff recommend that the City Council hold a public hearing and accept the findings and approve the proposed preliminary plat with the following stipulations. They're all pretty basic. It also includes the 10-foot wide trail, 30-foot wide easement around that trail. And also, Dan Reeve, the developer, has waited 3.5 hours. So if you have any questions for him, he is happy to answer any, and me and Nathan are also here as well.
Okay. So I have a question.
For Dan?
Yeah, for Dan.
So Dan, if you'll come up and state your name.
So obviously, I mean, this is,
Dan, state his name first.
oh, okay.
Dan Reed with Perry Homes.
Okay. So the question I was going to preface with, obviously this has been in the plans for years and approved in the past and different things. What I've heard from residents in Chambray Fields is they're concerned about the fact that your subdivision is up higher than theirs. There's that change in elevation, concerns about drainage and flooding, blah, 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 and this and that. And some of them have suggested that if there was like some sort of fence or barrier there, that it'd be a lot more amenable. But I understand you've not wanted to do that. And I'd just like to know what your plans are to deal with kind of the elevation change there and flooding and drainage. I mean, we've got the drainage basin on the west side, but.
Sure. Regarding flooding, we do have a built-in area drain along the backs of those lots. Kelly, I don't know if you can pull up or if anybody could pull up the grading plan. If maybe we don't get into the weeds too much, but I just pulled it up on my phone. So along the backs of all those southernmost lots, there is an area drain system to address that. The change in elevation is not as steep as some may think. Most of those homes below this development do have retaining walls already.
Yes.
That brings them up to, in the middle of those lots, just a few feet below top back of curb of our new road. And so if you can envision walkout basements in the homes that we will be putting in, we make up most of that elevation, well, we make up all that elevation difference in most of the homes. So you have your home, walkout basement, and then your backyard is lower, comes basically flat to the existing top of their rock walls. Are you following me on that?
Yes. You know what the drop-off is between your back to some of these, I mean, are you talking 2 feet, 5 feet, or is it different through, I mean, do you know what the elevation drop is?
That's a great question, and it depends on which lot. In the middle, if you can imagine, the middle, it's just a couple of feet from the top back of curb of the new street to the existing rock walls in the back.
What about where the actual rock walls and how much it drops?
Oh, I'm sorry, on the existing lot
Right,
owners?
from the back of the lot, so your back of your lots, matching to the back of those, is it Canterbury Field, am I saying the right word? Chanberry.
Chanberry, yeah.
How much of a drop is it between those two backs meeting?
I haven't measured that. I've seen some of the walls, and I think several of them have, if I were to estimate, 2 4-foot walls. There may be some steeper, but I haven't looked at their side of the lot lines. Well, I haven't measured them, so.
I'm worried about a safety concern of the drop-off between the two lots. There could be a safety concern there, and I think that's why the residents are asking for a fence, so.
Yeah, I agree with their concern there too.
Sure. In our position, we talked about this at DRC with the residents. Typically, fences are between neighbors, and if there is that safety concern, that would be something that they would agree to put in.
So Rob, get ready for the question when we're done here. I understand that it's hard for us to say there needs to be a fence, but if there's a safety concern, can that be a stipulation? So that would come to you. I don't want to answer now. I want to make sure you have time, but that will come back to you.
Pardon? You came back to me? I thought you were talking to Rob. No, I'm fine. No, I'll defer to you.
So let me ask you, and I know that the annexation's kind of dropped off of our agenda. Some of my concerns have come in on the timing. We did a non-binding agreement back, it appears in March, about some road connectivity, maybe utilities.
Right.
We haven't had that property come in. You happen to be part of that property owner. You're a property owner, I think, on the northeast and some parcels on the northwest. Can you share with us a little bit what your plan and timing is there?
We aren't officially making that application. We were a party to that memorandum of understanding to work with the property owners that are making that application on the land swap. If their application were to be successful, we would swap land that we own south of the Metro Water District line in exchange for land that they own on the north side. So we would have a contiguous piece up above, and they would have it.
Well, that would be the Strangs mostly then?
Correct.
Strangs, I don't know, how do you pronounce that?
Strang.
Strang, because that does, it's like almost equal, right? It's almost an equal land exchange.
Right. Right.
So, and this is one of the questions I raised and asked staff was about if in the future, and I went and actually looked, I pulled up Draper's annexation plan, where the Draper's boundaries are at, Lehigh's boundaries, Highland's current boundaries, what our future annexation plan, and all the legalities that come along that. One of the concerns I have is if the neighbors to the north of this Plat E do not come into Highland. I understand they're in our annexation plan. It should all happen because it has to go through the county, but there's coulda, shoulda, didn't. You know, and one of the concerns I have is the timing that, you know, I've kind of thought, well, maybe we need to have you do some cul-de-sacs just in case. If it doesn't happen within a year, part of the plat is it's agreed that there'd be a cul-de-sac built because I would not be in favor of connecting roads into another higher density if it happens to go to another city that we can't control coming down into our roads. Does that make sense? It's kind of coming down in our city. Some of it's just because Bayou, we've had a blue bison development that our neighboring city, Alpine's fighting over. Luckily, we own some property, so we've been able to buffer ourselves. This is kind of the concern of connectivity.
So just so I understand, you're saying directly north of this Plat E?
On the west, it would be on the west side, that parcel that they are supposed to be on the agenda tonight, is if they don't come into Highland, and this might be that going back to deferring to Rob, or Nathan can address again what we've talked, how do we protect Highland if that doesn't come into Highland? I understand it's an annexation plan, but there could be a change in the future. You know, if Alpine Ventures, which is the part of Draper, they also develop, and also there's others there say, hey, I want to jump that way, you know, it could change some of the annexation plans.
Yeah. Interesting. It's my opinion. I've been speaking with the Strang and other property owners for, well, a couple of years now, and that option's never come up.
It's not currently available to them right now. So.
And I think feasibility-wise with draining utilities, you know, just gravity, it's got to come through Highland anyway, but I guess there could be a remote chance that they would pump up, but as a developer, I don't know why they would not
do a sewer pump.
That
other thing is, it sounds like you have a Plat 1, Plat 2. What's your understanding when Plat 2 is supposed to be finished? Because that has some road connectivity in that Plat 2.
Yes, so Plat 2 was separated out from Plat 1 because of the question you're asking. That road would go in as needed to provide access to those new roads.
Are you paying for that then? If it's part of your plat, are you paying for Plat E?
The agreement is the agreement in that MOU. I'd have to double check if it was in that MOU. The agreement between the parties, as we're co-developing, as we're collaborating to develop this area, is there would be a cost-sharing agreement for whoever needs that road. So Perry would not bear the full cost of. We wouldn't bear the full cost of that road. It would.
The one on the west.
Phase two, you're not bearing the cost of it. So do we have an idea when that's supposed to come in, phase 2?
We would bear some of the cost of that road because we do own some of the land to the northwest that would benefit from that road. The timing of it would depend, do we develop those other portions before the Strang and other groups develop theirs? So.
Right, and are those 2 parcels being donated to the city that's on Plat 2?
That's phase 2.
I'm sorry, Plat E, phase 2, is that being donated to the city?
That is our proposal, yes.
And what's going to be for that phase 2, is that cobblestone or, what was it, cobble grass you were calling it, or cobble moss?
Oh, mulch. No, sorry. Yeah, native open space, right. It's only the detention pond to the south of this arc.
That would be, so this would be a native open grass area there. This, that would be in city, be owned by the city.
Where's the detention basin?
Right there in the left bottom
In
corner.
the southwest corner.
It's right under the curve, isn't it? Yeah.
They can't see that. Aaron, can you point to
That's the
that?
southwest.
Southwest corner is where the detention basin is.
That's just the curve, right under the
But
curve.
if you go to phase 2, that's just north of.
Correct.
Phase 2.
So these were all identified up front as, when the development agreement was approved of coming to the city as part of the open space.
You're talking plat, the plat 2 is identified, you mean?
Yeah, so there's
Phase
phase
two.
1, parcel 4, I think it is, and then go back to phase 2. Phase 2, and then where 6110 goes through, that area there was also identified as open space to the city.
As part of the Beacon Hills Development Agreement.
Correct.
And we're just going to leave it open.
Yeah, it's right now it's just a hill. It goes about 10 feet, I would say 15 feet, and then just drops like a rock.
Drops like a rock, okay. It's letting hill.
Talk in the mic, talk.
Yeah, the property there on the east side of the road, that is a drainage swell. Basically, we get a little bit of runoff in the winter, well, in the spring, coming down that, and there will be a pipe under the road into the detention basin that we separate based on storm drain versus runoff. So that has to remain natural. We can't build in that.
Who's going to put in that piping in that? Is that city council?
No, all of these improvements will be development. Now, this phase comes down to whatever they've agreed on with the developers to the north, who pays for it, but the city won't pay that burden, so.
Would you mind, Dan, showing us where the trails are at again? Just, I think some of it's going to be ground up asphalt, what I was hearing over the Metro Water District thing, and then the rest is going to be an asphalt trail?
Correct. So, let me pull it up on my phone so I can see closer what the parcels are. Yeah, I'll come around and point exactly where the city-owned trails will be, which will be asphalt trails with xeriscape on the sides.
How far will you have the rock off the trails that are xeriscape? Yes, so you can have, is it an 8-foot or 10-foot trail?
It's an 8-foot trail.
And then how far will you xeriscape off the sides? Ken, this is for you.
Todd, I believe they're 15-foot wide.
So if it's an 8-foot trail, you're going to add
6 on
3
each side.
Up to the tank. And so it would require that he puts in an 8-foot asphalt trail up there along that corridor with xeriscape on both sides. Now the minimum width is 20 feet, so we'll have 6 feet of rock mulch on both sides.
Perfect.
And Todd, actually, I'm recalling now that parcel B on the farther south parcel, that's actually a 30-foot wide, so there'll be a little more rock mulch on that one. Still an 8-foot trail on that southernmost parcel, but even more rock.
And then we'll have an additional 10-foot easement into the back of the lots.
Correct.
Hey, Todd, can you show us where the Metro, where it will change to kind of be that ground?
This is the Metro parcel, and so they don't want an actual asphalt trail, so it's going to change. So just through this section right through here, it will be
Asphalt tailings?
Or soft trail.
And then they use the tailings that are down.
the developer will provide a more natural surface.
And then the trail that the neighbors were wanting to get put together is just in that bottom east corner, is it the east? South? Is that
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the plan is, in our asphalt, this trail will go all the way from north to south through the whole northwestern part of the city.
Fine. Okay.
Todd, can I ask a quick question for you, Lee? Sure. Why does the Metropolitan Water District not want us to put the asphalt trail across there?
They just want it to remain natural. They don't want anything, they don't want any permanent improvements on their property, over their pipes. That if they had to get in to do some maintenance, they don't want to have to pay for that. See, when we allow...
You are in the meeting now. There are 5 participants in the meeting. This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. So when we allow people to landscape over our easements, if we ever get in and do any, if it's owned by a property owner with an easement, a utility easement, we go in and do something with our water line, by law, we have to put those improvements back. So same thing, when they own a piece of property and they go in to do any work on their utility, they're going to have to put that property back the way it is. Does that make sense? And so,
Well, no, it makes good sense. I just wondered about, we'll have an asphalt trail going up to that point, and all of a sudden it's ground asphalt, and then above it'll be trail again, right?
correct.
Our trail, it just seems for people that are using the trail, if you're walking, that's fine. It may not be so good if you're riding a bike. I just don't know.
I think it's down a little bit of an area, an incline, isn't it? Doesn't it
Yeah,
go down?
that's more of the wooded area right through there. So we're going to leave that area a lot more natural, so. And keep in mind, this is preliminary plat. We're going to work through some of these issues as we get into final and get a little bit more detail for the council when it comes back.
Yeah, I'd like just to see a nice trail through there, yeah.
Councilman Smith, I'm sure we could get the district to agree that that portion of trail, like you said, rather than transitioning from asphalt to a swath of recycled gravel, whatever it is, and then trail, I'm sure we could continue that as asphalt and have the trail that's parallel with the water line to be soft.
Yeah, I just think it'd be nice to do that because that's kind of a risk or a danger when you're going from solid into gravel and then you go back.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Because they do allow road crossings as well when they do, it's the perpendicular crossings that they're okay with roads when they have to be.
Sure, right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
On your plat, your parcel that's to the north, to the east, you know, your timing, are you planning to come here in the next couple of years, and you know what type of, are you planning to stay R140? Is that kind of your thought process, or have you thought through that yet?
We have not thought through that yet. We don't know market conditions, et cetera. We're just kind of taking it plat by plat at this point. As you can see, we're obviously providing an access point to connect that with our the current plat G that we're building in right now. You know, there will be a connector road coming through to connect to that stub road. But as far as how that will look, we have not.
Well, that property to the north and east is already in Highland. It does not need to be annexed in, correct?
No, it has not been annexed in.
Oh, so it still has not, I thought that parcel was already in Highland, but it's not.
If we're talking about the same one,
The one that's the
Nate's
closest to
section-
Beacon Hills Park, and right below your plat G, is that?
Yes, yeah, roughly the 23 acres in there. Yeah, that has not been annexed. It has no.
It's like a rectangular cutout.
entitlements on it,
That's county.
It's not the one that was on our agenda for tonight. It's a different parcel.
It's part of that, it's a triangle part of that.
The triangle southwest part was on our agenda, and you're talking about the northeast part.
Yeah, northeast. Yeah. I'll go back to the other one. It would have been easier for him to show.
The one where you had the.
Hey, there, right there.
So this portion of our property would have been on the annexation.
Okay, yes.
All of this up here
Not.
That's all to be determined.
But that's not in Highland currently?
No.
No.
So Rob, my other question when you come up will be, if they are in our annexation plan, the plat to the north, can they at any time make an application to another city not to come in? And that would make, that we have to be careful on his road connectivity. I know that we've given an agreement, but it's just, it was a non-binding agreement, and we allow the road connectivity, but they might not come into us. That was just one of the thoughts.
That's for Rob.
Yeah.
You have an answer, Rob?
Well, I just want to make sure we finish with him, with Dan, and then if not, maybe Rob could answer 2 questions.
Any other questions for Dan?
Just kind of a quick question. So your density in this is very similar to the rest of Beacon Hills, right? It's been approved. And also very similar to the density in the neighborhood south, where we've had a lot of comments. Because that's what I tell them. I said, everything I can see is the same density, because they're all open space neighborhoods. So there's nothing more dense about your neighborhood.
I haven't looked at the exact size of all the lots to the south, but they appear to be
very similar.
Similar, if not, there are numerous bigger lots in here just by nature of triangles and angles.
Actually, I did do a comparison, and yours is slightly bigger than the stuff to the
This
south.
is an R140 overlay that was part of the development agreement from 2002 to 2003 that's been renewed. Now, your preliminary plat has expired, but the development agreement, from my understanding, has been renewed. So
Through 2024, is that right?
Right.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Okay. Happy to answer any other questions.
So Rob, I asked 2 questions. One on the fence, that if we, as a city council, felt there was a public safety need for the fence because of the drop-off in elevation. Is that something, as a preliminary plat that's already part of the development agreement, that we could put as a stipulation? And the annexation, if it's already in our annexation plan, future annexation plan, could they maybe not come into Highland at some future date?
Great. First question, fencing? No, short answer. Longer answer, the city's code says you can require a developer to put in a fence only for certain reasons, for safety, and specifically calls out canals, major waterways, non-access streets, open reservoirs or bodies of water, property agricultural use or zone for agricultural use, and other similar features. This wouldn't match a water course, ditch, irrigation, agricultural use. And as we talked about earlier in this meeting, unless it says you can impose a condition in your code, you can't require that as a condition of approval. As to annexation, theoretically, another city could, you usually have to have an agreement if you're going to overlap policy plans, annexation plans. Another city cannot annex property that's not in their policy plan, and a city cannot annex into another county without that county's approval. So Draper, for example, couldn't annex the property to the north until they came to Utah County for approval.
Yeah, but they're already a city inside Utah County. I mean, they don't have property already in Utah County.
Every time they annex property that's not within their county, because Draper is located in Salt Lake County, every time they do that, they have to get the permission of whatever county that has that unincorporated county in it.
And we could protest that because it's in our annexation plan.
Certainly, and they would have to justify how they're going to supply utilities, all sorts of things, which I don't know how they would provide sewer or water to that area to the north, especially when Highland is right here. Will that answer those 2 questions?
Yeah, I did pull up Draper's annexation plan. Currently, their boundary is where the Alpine Venture property's at. And then the other appears to be, if it be county at this current time, and then it's in our future annexation plan.
It's in ours.
Yeah, in the Highlands City's future annexation plan. Does that give us strength that's in our future annexation plan?
Absolutely. And if they were going to modify, if Draper, for example, to modify their annexation policy plan to try and include that, they would have to provide a justification for why they are including this in their policy plan and how they would serve it if it was to annex in. And there's provisions in the code about you can't annex property in to deny another city. There are provisions designed to prevent a kind of that.
Do you understand? Here's what my concern is. is if we stub roads up here, and then all of a sudden it doesn't come into Highland, we now have 3 roads coming down into Highland from, if from Alpine Ventures all the way through, that can come down to that Highland area, if they be to get to Ridgeline Elementary or whatever, and we put a burden upon our residents where if we would know what our concerns are, we could address them tonight to make sure we don't have those unless they come in. That's what I'm saying, if they were coming in, it's easier to know. And I understand we have an agreement, but it was non-binding on both parties.
I mean, to some extent, it's not going to be final until the city annexes that property into Highland. At that point, the city controls what connections are made. I mean, there would be options Highland would have regarding, the stub streets and potential vacation of rights of way. I wouldn't really want to get into any of that, but there are ways Highland could address it, and we have adopted earlier this year a provision in both the city's development code and municipal code regarding connections to other municipalities and limiting that would apply in this case. That would prohibit any kind of development that would connect through.
Would it be wise for us to say, hey, if that property doesn't annex in the next year, there has to be cul-de-sacs put at the end of the 2 roads being built just to make sure we're protecting ourselves, or is that not a legal concern of yours?
I think my practical concern is the city could certainly go in and try to put in a cul-de-sac if after a few years it doesn't happen. My concern is whether we can require a developer to do that immediately. I mean, we could do, temporary turnarounds are very common, and we could certainly require that. And I guess theoretically the city could come back in 5 years and say, this hasn't happened. We're going to turn these temporary turnarounds into permanent cul-de-sacs, and that requires taking people's property, with the eminent domain process or whatever. But the city would have options to handle that.
Am I raising concerns the rest of the council's not worried about? I just don't know if it's, maybe I'm raising the flag and then hold it. It's not what we think it is.
Well, my hope is that all that property is annexed into Highland.
Oh, I agree.
And I think what your concern is density that's underlying the argument.
Somewhat density, but it's also, I just want to make sure if they don't come, we haven't given access.
Sure.
For me, it's not an issue because I don't see how it's possible.
I would say for Draper to do that, sorry, Mayor.
No, go ahead.
So for Draper to do that, they would have to go through a multi-step process. They would have to modify their annexation plan. There's a presumption in the code against including property in one city's annexation plan that another city is already claiming. So they'd have to justify that, and then justify how they're going to serve it, and go through all of that, which we can, participate in. And while they're doing that, we have other options the city could take if that looks like it's going to go through. On top of that, we participate in any potential annexation and protest it, and they'd have to come to Utah County anyway for approval. All of these things reduce my concern because I believe we would have ample notice and ample options that we could look at if it came to it.
I just remember all the emails from the Blue Bison concern.
No, that's a valid concern.
And that was Draper property to begin with, right? So they sold it, and this isn't. Just because I'm not worried about it doesn't mean it's not a valid concern. It's just not my.
I think it's a valid concern, but I think the possibilities of it, actually annexing into Draper, is just slim to none. But just listening to Rob has put my mind at ease about it. But there is always that concern.
Any other discussion? Brittany? Tim? This one is not a public hearing. Tim, Kim? Then I would be ready for a motion either to approve. I don't think we're in a position to deny you could continue if you wanted to, but
One question before we make the motion. Is there anything we need to do about Plat 1 and Plat 2 on timing at all? It does say that the phases of Plat 2 shall be dedicated. Do we need to worry about any of the timing issues on any of the plats?
Nathan?
On the phases?
Or the phases? Phase 1, Phase 2?
I don't think so. You could, if you wanted to, you could add a stipulation that Phase 2 not be recorded until access and annexation issues be addressed to the north, if you wanted to do that. That doesn't address the other two, but it addresses that southern one.
You're saying you could put the stipulation, that it's, another stipulation is that Plat 2 cannot record until annexation issues have been addressed to the north?
Aren't you talking about Phase 2?
Yeah.
Phase 2?
Okay.
Which they wouldn't do anyway because they
Okay.
plan on showing, they don't want to. Go ahead.
Dan Reed again with Perry Homes. That's just fine with us. The only reason, again, for that Phase 2 of this plat was to provide access when those get developed. So, yeah, we don't have any intention of putting it in until those are annexed in and ready to be developed. So,
Todd, do you see any issues from our standpoint? I don't think.
It says
the
Phase
one
2
road
shall
would
be
be done.
dedicated to Highland City, so we actually control, I guess, all that. I don't want to have the burden, we have to put the road in.
My biggest issue is just the opposite side of this, just making sure that it gets done, and this Phase 2 doesn't hold anyone hostage
Well,
from
that's, do we want to
developing.
put a timing on it? It has to be done within 1 year. 2
Well,
years.
I just think that we need to have a stipulation in there that with this, we approve this based on the fact that it will be done
Well, you're
when,
talking the
if and
annexation-
when anyone is ready to develop on that property. Because I just don't want Phase 2 to be held up and someone wanting to develop to the north and not have access.
So let's go back to what your concern is. Your concern on the timing of Phase 2, that if they don't do Phase 1 and Phase 2 is ready to go, or those...
Well, they can't do, yeah, the properties to the north can't develop without this property because of utility access and everything. I mean, the sewer is being stubbed to the north through this development, roadways are being connected. I just worry that they do Phase 1 and they never do Phase 2, and...
Do we want to put a time on Phase 2 that has to be completed within a certain time period?
I think it just needs to, the stipulation needs to be that
It'll be finished.
once development starts to the north, it needs to be finished.
what about an access easement for those property owners that matches that roadway? So if somebody is ready to develop to the north, they already have that access easement for this Phase 2, and there could be an agreement they have.
Yeah, we could do that because there are already utilities in those roads. The utilities already connect over. We have easements for the utilities already. We would just need an access easement. And I'd be fine with that because that does protect whoever wants to develop to the north. They would have the ability to do that. They just, at that point, need to build the road on their own, so.
So it says Phase 2 shall be dedicated to Highland City, or parcels A, B, and C. So is Highland City going to own this area anyway?
Well, yes, we're going to own it all. Certain parcels are going to be roadway, but the point is he's not going to record that plat until that property is ready to go to the north, so.
What's your concern again?
My concern is just making sure that we have that easement, something that protects future, whoever that property owner is. It could be String, it could be Croft, it could be a number of people that would buy that property. We need to just make sure that Perry Homes doesn't own that property for long-term and hold anyone hostage. Does that make sense? It's almost like a protection strip, if you will.
So and you don't have any objection to having an easement there for anyone that wants to develop north? That'd be better for you anyway, right? If they wanted to pay for it all.
No, in fact, it may or may not be known, we actually own what's formerly known as the Croft property. So this road will eventually benefit us in half, if you will.
Okay.
So,
All right. What would be the way to word that amendment?
Any help on the wording of that amendment?
Yeah,
Because it'd be
access
number
easement.
8, we'd put another stipulation in there.
Rob, do you have any suggestions for how to?
Let's do something general that says, address the phasing and access related to Phase 2 prior to final plat approval. And then it allows us to flesh it a little bit better, because one idea would be to say, okay, is have that, because really the issue is the timing of the improvements, right? That's really what the issue is. And one idea that might be better for everybody is working on the agreement of when the timing of the improvements. The parcel still could come, in theory, to the city. I'm just throwing stuff against the wall right now, but to the city, so we have it, and we have the easement, and we have what we need, but we talk about the timing of improvements and responsibilities, that really is not the city.
So before they can get final plat approval, we need to have the phase 2 and the access.
We need to address the
Access easement.
future construction of 6110 West. I think that's what it is.
Or just a phase 2?
Yeah, Phase 2. Does that work, Dan? What do you think, Rob? Todd? Rob, address your...
Okay, I'll try to, are we ready, do you have to do a public hearing, or are we ready for a motion?
No, we're ready to go.
Okay, I move that the city council accept the findings and approve case PP-20-06, a request for a preliminary plat approval for the Beacon Hills and Highlands Plat E's Phase 1 and 2, subject to 7 stipulations recommended by Planning Commission, including an additional 8th stipulation being that the future, or the phase 2 and the access in Phase 2, it has to be approved before final plat approval is approved for Beacon Hills Plat E.
Is
that okay?
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Kurt, second by Tim. Ready to vote?
It was pretty close to an epistle, Kurt.
Okay, it passes unanimously. All right. Item 9 was pulled or withdrawn at the request of the person requesting the annexation. We're on to item 10, Resolution 2021, extension of the moratorium on disposal of open space property.
Okay, so this is a continuation of the conversations that we've been having about open space. As you know, the moratorium the council passed on January 14th of 2020, passed a one-year moratorium. The proposal is to extend that for up to 3 months, or when the council approves the policy related to disposal, purchase price, and identifying the property that can be disposed of. That would give us some additional time to address it. Also provides a reasonable deadline to do that. I know the mayor and Kurt have been working on a proposal. The plan is to present that proposal to the council in an executive session on the 19th for discussion. So Kurt or Mayor, you want to give them an update on that?
Yeah, Kurt and I have talked a little bit. We had Brittany with us. After their work session, it was the next council meeting, we decided we weren't ready to do this before end of year, so we allowed it to be extended, and then we were asked, I volunteered, and then Kurt volunteered to put a draft together for the council to consider. So all we've done is gone through what Todd did already. One of the things we're waiting for from staff is a spreadsheet listing the specific properties that staff was saying we could sell to and it would benefit the city. We'll get that, and then we'll look at a proposal around pricing. One of the things that, and this is just notes to myself, I haven't shared with anybody, but it seems like we have a principle involved of the city making the determination of what needs to be disposed of or what's available for disposal, rather than putting that burden on the residents, because that has created a lot of dissension in the past. So let the city decide what makes sense to dispose of and when. We did look at, Brittany was with us, we did look at Viewpoint, and one of the issues around the Viewpoint spaces that are left to sell is there is a possibility that on the west side of Viewpoint, between Viewpoint and the gravel pit, there could be a road cut in there that would bypass going through Viewpoint to allow access from the north. That's one of the discussion items. Mark Thompson and I walked that a few years ago with Todd. And if we were to put a road back there, it's possible that some of that open space, especially where we have to curve, where it curves, we might need some of that for right away on the road. So it might be better to hold off on that until the county is doing, NAG is doing a road study on northern access stuff, and I think this coming year is when the report's supposed to come out on what are the options from that study. So it might be wise just to hold off until that. I know that's kicking the can down the road, but it would just be sad for us to sell something that we might need right away.
If you and Kurt meet again, I would love to be part of it. I think, I was glad to be there the last time. I had to leave early, but if you guys are meeting again to talk about it, I would love to be part of it.
Sure. Yeah, I just think it's important to have someone from the open space neighborhoods on that committee.
Yes. Well, no, she was giving a lot of good input as we were looking, and like what the mayor said, I think we've went about where we let the residents come and say, hey, we want to dispose. We have that whole list that Todd did, and we go, well, we know some properties we probably want to sell and not keep maintaining or things that way, or if there's, that we don't need, and that might be the easiest, and then we just kind of let them be aware. And then if it is an area behind residents, that they have to all kind of maybe come in to buy it if it's in open areas.
And I would like clarification on the water issue. We talked about how much of an impact water has or doesn't have on what you can sell it there. It seems like there was a little bit of, we weren't quite sure.
So Brittany brought up a great question. So let's assume this last one would be a good thing. So how many acres was this Plat E? Was it 23? Anyway, let's assume this Plat E in Beacon Hills was 23 acres. Did they bring enough water for the full 23 acres or only for 35 homes? Does that make sense? Because
They brought it for the full 23.
So, but if they're doing that and we start selling some off, they've already given the water shares then for that ground that was an open space.
So if you remember, it's a twofold issue. It's a supply, but it's also a delivery issue. And the ability for our system to handle that delivery, because when it was designed, it wasn't designed to be watering large amounts of area that were designated for preservation of open space.
Does that make sense? Because as we look at some open space, like up in your subdivision, we're going, okay, here's a good swath that maybe we could sell, but then we go, hold it, they're going to put it in the lawn, and now what do we do with the irrigation?
So Nathan is absolutely correct. When we have water dedication, we require it for the overall property, for the overall plat square footage. I mean, it includes road, it includes everything. But that is based on the average amount of water we get per share. It doesn't include, like the last couple of years, we have not got our full allotment for the water shares that we have. We have to account for drought. And so that's the reason we require what we require. The problem is our infrastructure is all designed based on a usage of actual
property being irrigated. It doesn't include roads, it doesn't include all the open space, all of those things. And so that's where we run into the problem. Piping, wells, those things are all based on actual irrigated acreage, not overall acreage. Our water shares is different. So on a very good year, we are water flush, meaning we have a lot more water than we can actually use. Then the limitation is actual infrastructure. Does that make sense?
Is that making sense, Brittany? Because Brittany was bringing up some really good questions when we were meeting. I thought, oh, that'll be good answers.
It's also that our calculations are based on average use. And right now, everybody is 3/4, I don't know what it is, but it is exceeding that average use way.
It's too high.
So, can I make a comment? I think these things are fascinating, but I think the motion we're talking about, extending the moratorium, and the committees can meet on this, excuse me, because I think that the hour is getting late and we still have an executive session, right?
Yes, thank you.
And yes, Mayor, the spreadsheet is coming. Nathan actually texted me, and I am well behind on getting that to you, but I had it up on my computer today, editing it, getting it ready to send, so it will be to you shortly.
Okay. And depending on that, we might not be the next council meeting, it might be the one after that we do our, and this is just a draft, so we're just trying to do some legwork before the council discusses the issue. It doesn't mean it could change.
It seems to me we can extend the moratorium for a set period, and if we need to extend it again, we can if we're not ready.
Right.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Great, please.
I move that we extend the moratorium on the disposal of open space property for 4 more months.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but I hope it doesn't take us that long.
Well, but we can also eliminate the
We can
moratorium.
finish it early.
Yeah.
Okay, so a motion by Scott, second by Brittany, ready to vote. Okay. Yes, unanimous. Any staff or council communication items that we haven't talked about? Todd has one. So we do need to cover this, and I apologize for that, but it is a critical issue.
Aaron, can you go to the next one, the next thing, slide? So, Mayor, Council, I apologize, it is late, but this is something that we need to address tonight. This is something that has been, we as staff have been working on for the last few weeks, and it came to a head this morning. This is our existing culinary system, and I hope you can see them. The little blue boxes are our wells. We have 5 wells in the city. So yeah, well number 1, well number 3, she's circling them so you can see them. Well number 5, well number 4, and well number 2. So for the last several years, since I have been the engineer, we have not put well number 4 or well number 5 into use. We've pumped them just temporarily just to see where we're at if they've come back, but they are not actually usable at this point due to drawdown, meaning the water levels in the city have dropped to a level low enough in the ground that we cannot pump them efficiently and use them. So well number 4 and 5 are not usable at this point. We have been working as staff trying to figure out a way to mitigate the issues and make them usable. I think well 4 is actually beyond repair and will need to be re-drilled in the future to a lower depth. Well 5 has some things that we can do, but we have been using well number 2 and well number 3 the last 5 years exclusively to provide culinary water to the city. Well number 2 since last spring has well number 3 since last spring has been dropping to the point where we are currently, it's not usable. We have been trying to troubleshoot that well to determine what the problem is. We originally thought that maybe we were having an error in our meter, but we have sent the meter off to get tested. Long story short, we have pulled in some resources from some well experts, and we think that the actual pump down in the well, so 500 feet down, 400 to 500 feet down, has a flaw in the pump. And we're actually to the point where we're trying to decide what to do with it, well, limping along with well number 2. On December 30th, we started to notice some vibrations in the piping in well number 2. We had an expert out there this morning, and they believe that the well number 2 pump is on the verge of going out too because of some ball bearings. So long story short, we're in a real bad mess. And we had an expert out there this morning looking at it with us. He has given us a price to look at well number 3 and well number 2. We actually got 2 quotes on well number 3 because we had a little bit more lead time, thinking that we have time to fix well number 3 because well number 2 was functioning. Well, now we're very worried about what's going on. So well number 2 came back at $61,000 to pull it and completely replace the pump that we think is weeks from going out. Well number 3 is a little bit less because we actually got into it 2 years ago and redid some of the column in that, and that is $36,880, so $37,000. The reason I bring it up tonight is we've got to get started on ordering some of this. And so this isn't an official action by the council. We're going to have to bring some of this back, ratifying some of our decisions, but this is the reason we have cash in funds, is because of emergencies.
So you have money in the culinary water fund?
We do. I just wanted to make sure that the council is aware of these issues, and we don't have the proper time to go out and get multiple bids and make some decisions. These are emergency actions that we need to make today, because if well number 2 truly goes out, we're going to have to kick on number 5, and we're going to have some very milky looking water. Now it's safe, but we're going to have everyone in the city calling us complaining about why the water looks the way it does. It's because it's got entrained air in it because of some cascading. Now, we want to fix that, but we just don't have time to do it. So my point is in coming before the council tonight, we're going to have to spend some money in the next couple weeks, emergency money, and we're going to try to get well number 3 fixed. And as soon as we get that fixed, we're going to jump right back into well number 2 and get that fixed. But we've got to get things ordered now, so in the next 6 weeks, we have 2 functioning wells. And that's all I'm going to say tonight, other than this has made us very nervous. Van and I aren't sleeping well at night thinking about these things, because this is the number one thing that we don't want to have happen is not have water for our citizens. It's one thing to not have pressurized irrigation, but culinary drinking water is essential. And we're going to be coming back to the city council with a maintenance plan, hopefully drilling a new well at well number 4 site, so that we in the future have some redundancy and can provide culinary water to our residents if a well goes down. So, any questions, concerns?
This was much easier to have a conversation than try to throw it in an email.
I don't want to go too, for 30 seconds. So do these wells pump up to our holding tanks? Is that what they do?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So during high usage, it pumps into the system, we use it. When we're not utilizing, it fills our tanks. And so the tanks give us lead time on turning wells on and off. Does that make sense? We try to keep it at certain levels, but when the high usage and it starts to drop, then we come in, we kick on wells, and we start filling tanks.
How many gallons does the city go through a day?
In the summer, it's much more than the winter, so I could give you a range, but not off the top of my head.
I'm just curious.
So I just one question for me. So how long will it take to fix well 3?
So right now, the hope is that we can get in there in about 2 weeks. So we've got to give them the go-ahead tomorrow to order the pump, but we're hoping to have both of these fixed in the next 6 weeks.
Okay, but, so 2 weeks,
Two-week lead time to get them here, and then probably another 2 weeks to pull the well and put the pump back in.
So a month,
Yeah.
and we just, okay, if we're praying.
We're praying that 2 holds on for that long.
Just so you know specifically what to pray for. Number 2
Yes.
lasts at least 4 weeks.
Yes.
So pump 2 is the one with the vibrational data indicating that it may fail in the near future.
Yes, and pump 3, we think, once we pull the well, we can verify this, but we're 95% sure that it has actually worn a hole, that we're actually pumping water back into the aquifer and not up the column because it slowly dropped off. And so we had to bring in some experts to say, because we'd never seen anything like this.
So is the vibrational data based on a remote sensor or just based on kind of a
It's
experience
based-
and a hunch?
It's based on us we felt it first, and when we had them come in today, we actually put a camera down, and he could slow down, and we could see the column vibrating back and forth. And he basically
I mean,
said...
I know they can take data and they can compare it to a baseline from the manufacturer and determine what percentage over that baseline it's vibrating and determine which kind of problem it is based on that.
Yes, and that's what we did. Now, all of this is based on good science. Now, we could pull the well at 3 and not find the hole that we think that's in there, and then we're back to square one on why did it drop off like it did. But let's just say that we've pulled in enough experts to look at both of these wells to say that we're 95% sure that these 2 fixes will fix our problems. So.
Okay. Did they, based on that data, did they say do they have a good estimate on how long that pump might last?
Well,
there's no way to know.
So these pumps, the sizes of pumps that we have in the well 2 and 3, so we were in well number 2 8 years ago, 2012, and we are told that these pumps last anywhere from 8 to 12 years.
And we're right at that.
And we're right at the 8-year mark, and we have relied on it. These 2 wells we have relied on for the last 10 years almost exclusively, and so we're putting a lot of wear and tear on them.
What would be the consequence if we lost number 2?
Right now?
Right now.
Right now,
Flush your toilet.
we would have a very, very difficult time supplying.
So we would have to call on citizens to
We would have to
limit their
call on
usage.
citizens to limit their use and let them know that the water that they see come out of their tap is going to be entrained with air, meaning it will look very, very cloudy and not clear. It's not dangerous to drink, it's just, it looks milky.
If you turn your water into Diet Coke, nobody will notice that it's milky.
I wish we could pump that out of the ground.
I'm just trying to help.
So anyway, the reason for this is we're going to be coming back in the next few council meetings with bills that we actually had to make decisions on, and I want the council to be aware and support us in doing this.
So, Todd, with the growth in the city, it just seemed to make sense to me that we would re-drill number 4 too. I mean,
honestly,
culinary water is essential.
If all of these wells functioned as originally planned, we would have enough wells to function as a city. The problem is with growing communities around us, the water levels are slowly dropping every day. And so it has virtually ruined 2 wells that we have in the city. But you're absolutely correct. We've got to drill a new well, and we've talked and looked at different sites, and we think 4 is the best one, but we'll come back with that.
But I would probably come back with it sooner than later, because it looks to me like we're kind of in a crisis, or will be.
Yes, we've changed our mind about a lot of things in the last month, so.
Over here. What is the long-term solution then if the water level is going and we have that, excuse the expression, but that disaster that they're going to build on the the Micron property, and all of those different units and all of that density, I'm sure we'll be tapping into the same water table. So what's the long-term solution for us?
Well, the long-term solution is doing what other cities are doing below us. They're just going bigger and deeper. And so all of our wells are roughly about 600 feet deep. Our pumps sit in the range of 400 to 500 feet somewhere. The solution is to go bigger and deeper. That's all we can do. I mean, our water rights aren't changing. We have pretty much the water rights, the culinary water rights for the entire city. There's only a few sections left that we're collecting culinary water rights on. But the point is we no longer can get the water out of the ground that we need, and so we're just going to have to drill deeper wells.
Okay, so is that something we can do while we're in there now?
No, that's a very expensive.
Wouldn't it be less expensive if we do it now as opposed to later? Because we're in there anyway.
Well, two and three, we've got to fix the solution, the current solution right now, and get those functioning. Sense. But yes, in the near future, the next year or two, we've got to seriously think about drilling a new well bigger and deeper. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That'd be number 4.
At number 4 site, but we're still evaluating that. We want to make the best engineering decision on what's the best site and how deep and all of those things. So we'll be coming back, but right now we've got to fix 3 in the next couple weeks, get it up and running so that we can get back into 2. Once we get those 2 running, it'll buy us some time to make some other better decisions. So. All right, great, thanks. Thank you.
Any other discussion items from any council member?
Let me just put something real briefly, and it's for Todd. It's for you. You don't have to talk or anything. But east-west corridor, there's a number of people that are driving on that road, including teenagers. I just don't know if it's a good thing on an unfinished road for people to be racing up and down. You'd be amazed how many cars are going up and down. It's not the construction people. My concern is there's no safety rails by the area where the trail is, and I'm just afraid one of these kids are going to flip their car over and kill somebody on the trail. So I just wonder if we could put a little better barrier up there, because on the weekends, you'd be surprised how many people are driving that road. I guess they're just excited or something, but yeah.
We talked about it in our construction meetings. We'll address it.
Yeah, I just think we need to not do it until it's paved at least.
And then I have I'll keep this to a minute. I met with Mayors Johnson and Frost. We walked the property down by the Equestrian Center, where the rec center people wanted to put their stuff. Mayors Frost and Johnson do not want anything built there. They want it left. Mayor Frost would like a dog park to go in there. Mayors Johnson and Frost would like to see pickleball in there as well, and potentially soccer fields. I talked to Tony Johns from the rec center group, and they've been working with the Equestrian Center users. They feel like they have a really good relationship with them now, and they're willing to work with them to improve the Equestrian Center. They've taken their requested land size from 9.5 to 7.5 acres. I told Tony I do not want to get into a war with my neighboring mayors. It's important for us to have good relations, so that I put the onus on him to talk to Mayors Johnson and Frost independently to sell them on the idea of we can do this rec center plus what you want to do. And they've done some of the heavy lifting by talking to the Equestrian Center users and the Tourism Tax Board about what do they need to get funding to help do some of this. So to me, it seems like a possible outcome that rec center would come in, but Tony's going to have to work with the other mayors, because if those mayors oppose it, I don't think the county commission would approve it anyway. So that's just a status update. I am ready for a motion to adjourn to executive session with a 5-minute break.
I move that we adjourn to an executive session to discuss employment situations or other things that might be permanent for the city.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. All in
Just-
favor?
Aye.